Hello, Darren. What's up? How's things going? Hello, Thomas Potts. I'm just getting everything lined up and going, and that sort of thing. If anybody wants to pop in for short, if they want, that's there. I'm just gonna do a little stream tonight. I don't know what the heck to do, actually, for sure. Hello, 47 Yorktown. Hello, Resolute Germ. And yes, I saw the $3. So, yep. Howdy, Life with Matthew. Howdy, the Epic Beard. StreamYard's there if anybody wants to pop in, make fun of me. Cinnabon. Now what, Cinnabon? Were you going to go live too? I can shut down if you want to go live. I don't care. Well, Resolute, we're up to $13. Bird of Prey is in the house. Yeah, I can see how much everybody loves me when they want to make me wear a freaking unicorn outfit. Yep. I know you were joking, MomOPrey, but I thought it would be a really good title for the stream tonight. I was still lingering in the chat. Be a really good up here. I was still lingering in the chat before I went to do my radio show and heard you in the background when you said about how much is going to be the split for the child support. I heard it. I know you're joking, but Et tu MomOPrey just sounded like a good name for a title tonight. Welcome, Darren Wagner.
Hi. So this is pretty cool how you got this set up.
Yep. Yeah. Epic Beard's wondering about this furry fund. Epic, last night I opened my mouth up and I said that if a certain somebody sent me the damn unicorn outfit and there was $100 in PayPal and they all had, it could have been a combination of everybody sending in just little amounts, but if they were all marked unicorn fund, I would wear the damn unicorn outfit on a damn live stream.
How's that echo now, Epic Beard?
No echo now.
Yeah, it's because I still had the chat up in another window, so I closed it. First things first.
Hello, Wesley. And yes, MomOPrey is in the chat right now. Bird must have told her what I named my stream tonight. No, there is no time limit on the fund either.
You know, how do I put a picture up instead of my cam?
Well, if you shut your cam, if you go down to the bottom where it says start cams, stop cam, you hit that, and then it should be that. And then you should be able to click those three little dots at the bottom right corner of where your name is. If you see three little dots, or if you see a little picture thing that says edit avatar.
Okay, got it.
You can load up a picture.
Okay, awesome.
No, MomOPrey, I've got time to kill because there's only $13 in the fund. So
there we go.
I'm still safe right now. Besides, it's going to take a little bit because the person that started all this, Sci-Fi Nation, hasn't sent the unicorn thing yet. So I'm still safe. But if it hits that goal that everybody said, I will do the damn thing. but I can't guarantee I don't burn the damn thing afterwards either.
So DJ, how many of those funny suits do you have in total?
Let me see. I have the Pink Bunny, which was the original.
Yep.
Grinch, the Eagle, a banana one that was sent to me from another DJ, the inflatable T-Rex, the Cousin Eddie outfit, and a Woody outfit.
Cousin Eddie, who's that?
From National Lampoon's Vacation,
Oh,
Christmas
yes.
Vacation.
Yeah.
I got the vacation bathrobe hat.
The Randy Quaid outfit.
Yep, the Randy Quaid outfit. The Christmas one where he's standing outside in his bathrobe with the weird ass hat on saying, "Merry Christmas, shitter's full."
Yeah.
Yep, I got that one.
You don't have to hail me, Thomas Connolly. I'm not worth the hail.
Oh, Thomas
Thank you.
finally hails everyone. So
Okay.
hail back to Thomas.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
So what's your subject for tonight besides to MomOPrey?
There really is no subject at this point. It's just anything and everything. Whatever
Right.
wants to go.
So I saw something on the news when I was at work today about Prince Henry apparently abdicating or something, leaving the royal family.
Well, he wants out of all the pomp and circumstance and everything else. He doesn't want to have to go to any of those functions anymore and everything else. And I think it's more his little wife's idea.
I see.
I think it's Megan's idea. She don't want to do any of that stuff anymore. So
Yeah, well, it is a lot of work, and since he's probably never going to be king anyway, you know, with his older brother, and Charles, of course, is going to probably be around for a while longer. So,
and his brother will go after that. So
yeah. So,
I know Thomas Potts. I do not need a Cousin It outfit. Though, wait a minute. I do have the mullet wig too. But that was just for a special 80s thing. Cinnabon's helping Wes ignore live notifications. What the hell? Uh-oh, we've got Bird of Prey in the house. Greetings, Bird. I know I don't need a damn Captain Marvel outfit either, Epic Beard. Unless it's Shazam.
how are you today, Bird?
And Bird's gone.
And he's gone. Oh, dear. He must have had a problem with his something or other. He'll be back.
Either that or it'll be MomOPrey. One of the two.
So how's my audio level? Is it okay?
Right now, it's really good.
Okay, good.
No, Thomas, I can't bring on the T-Rex one because that one inflates so damn big it don't want to fit in this room. There is no damn way I could inflate that with me inside of it and get behind the camera. And Bird's back.
Bird's
I
back.
couldn't hear you guys before. I had to switch browsers.
Ah,
Damn
Wow.
browsers.
which one are you using now?
I'm on Opera now.
Opera.
I think I've got too many Chrome tabs open in Chrome.
Yeah, I don't use Chrome. I use Mozilla still. I don't know. I got used to it.
Honestly, I have 4 browsers open on my PC at any given time. Chrome for personal, Opera for YouTube, Mozilla for work, and another no-name browser for my security cameras at the house.
Gotcha.
Damn, I just use Chrome.
Yeah, you probably don't want to reveal the name of your security browser just in case there's a hacker out there.
How's the snow coming?
It's actually it's not bad. We got maybe an inch and a half, 2 inches out there.
Yeah, that's not much.
Yeah, it actually is getting warmer through the night.
Well, good, because we don't need MomOPrey out there trying to throw salt around.
And she was already out there putting salt. Yeah, that's already.
I had to go out and put salt out because it rained after it snowed here, and the wind chills right now are like -10.
Yeah, that's what we've got here in Wisconsin right now too.
Is my microphone okay? Live with Matthew was saying, check my mic. I think
Yeah,
that
that's
was
fine.
before when
I think it was.
Yeah, you're
before we
fine.
switched.
Okay.
Yeah.
Night Breeze is in the house. Life with Matthew is hanging around. I figured he'd pop up here shortly.
So is MomOPrey still swooning after Doomcock's little serenade?
She's still happy about it. We were listening to his Friday night stream through the day today. So he was singing other stuff all day.
Hail, multi-gunman. Oh, I was watching the Foley stream a little while ago. Looked like he had a little person trying to impersonate PewDiePie in his stream.
I heard he quit the internet.
Well, it's funny because if you go click on the link to the person that had PewDiePie down, it had all of PewDiePie's videos listed.
Weird.
All of them?
All of them. The only difference that you could tell if somebody was really looking was this fake account didn't list how many subs it had, and this didn't have the opening greeting video like PewDiePie does. But every other video that PewDiePie's put out is down on this account.
No, that's pretty cool.
Must be a copycat or something.
And Foley just kept sitting there saying hi to him, and every couple of minutes it'd pop up and say hi.
Hey, multi-gun man, good to see you.
What the hell are you doing up so late, Bird?
Well, MomOPrey got home late and brought a turkey cooked, but it had to be heated. So kind of ate late, and now we're still up.
Aha.
Yeah, that tryptophan is not kicking in then, huh?
No, it kind of has the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Like I have paradoxal reactions to a lot of medications, and
Oh, wow.
things that should make me tired usually wake me up.
And here comes Night Breeze to sit in chat and just sit there quietly.
So probably if I took meth, it'd probably put me to sleep.
Oh, dear.
But not gonna risk it.
Hi, everybody.
Oh,
Night
yeah.
Breeze.
Hello, Night Breeze.
He actually spoke.
How's everything going tonight?
It's going.
It's
Not
going.
bad.
Yeah. Just watched Andy Trekker's video about the Borg here. That was pretty decent. I guess he did a whole show after he premiered it, so we don't have to talk about that.
He did a whole show after he premiered it.
Yeah.
Then he did a whole show as I did my stream, just so
Oh,
that he could live stream my stream during his gaming stream.
oh, okay.
He's trying to ride Bird's coattails now.
I guess.
It's I'm flattered.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
Of course, I was busy today, so I couldn't sit there and live stream Anti-Trekker live streaming Bird.
Are you doing farming today?
No, I had to do the radio show today.
Radio show.
Somebody switched with me, so I had to cover their shift since I covered mine. MomOPrey might have liked my show because I was doing like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin.
When did you do the Beatles show? I saw you did a Beatles show on Twitter.
I did my Beatle show Thursday afternoon, and then I went straight out the door and went to that Fab Four concert.
Ah,
And there's been a couple of videos I posted on Twitter of that group, the Fab Four, performing.
so you would probably know, DJ. What was I crazy when I said the Beatles did a song that was all about money?
No, the Beatles did do the song Money.
And they did the song Money Can't Buy Me Love.
Can't Buy Me Love. They were both, but
So both.
Money
Okay.
Money is a cover actually because the Isley Brothers originally did the song.
Gotcha. I know, but when the Beatles do the song, they kind of take it over.
And then of course John Belushi did a version that came out for the Animal House soundtrack.
Toga.
Toga.
But no, you weren't crazy. The Beatles did both those. Though I think you'd know more Beatles songs, you just don't know it was actually the Beatles if you heard the songs.
I'll tell you what I've got. It'll take me a minute, but I've got a handful of them in my main mix playlist. Let's see.
And no, Multi-Gunman, I won't sit on your lap.
Ooh,
Not sure why he thought I'd sit on his lap. Kronos is here.
Hey, Cronus.
Hey, Cronus.
Yeah, to catch you up, Nightbreeze, I put my foot in my mouth last night saying that if the unicorn thing was sent to me and there was $100 put in my PayPal, I'd wear it. Well, there's people putting money in my damn PayPal to make sure I have to wear it.
Yeah, so the price has gone up from the 50 you quoted me.
Yep. I thought maybe if I hit that bigger goal, nobody'd bother with it. I was wrong. They're all getting together and just sending like a couple of bucks here and there, and it's gaining steam. Son of a bitch.
Well, of course they chip in. I may have to jump on your PayPal a little bit later.
Well, you shut up. You don't need to help encourage them. Good night, MomOPrey.
Have a good night, MomOPrey.
okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I like Cronus's avatar there, Maximilian from Black
Hey,
Hole.
Kronos. So I've got Back in the USSR. Hey, Judy.
Hey, Jude.
Hey, Jude. Right. Hey, Jude. Only a Northern Song. I don't ever remember listening to that one.
That's off of, I think, Yellow Submarine soundtrack.
Sea of Monsters and Sea of Time.
Yep. Yellow Submarine.
Strawberry Fields Forever. That one I've heard. Twist and Shout. Oh, that I know from Ferris Bueller. With a little help from my friends.
Yeah, that's the, well, actually, that should go with Sgt. Pepper because if you have the Sgt. Pepper album, it goes straight from Sgt. Pepper and a little help from my friends. That's a Ringo song.
No, I don't know if this is a duplicate because I have Yellow Submarine and Yellow Submarine in Pepperland.
No, they're both different.
Because they sound the same.
Yellow Submarine is sung by Ringo, and Yellow Submarine in Pepperland is just an instrumental orchestra apart from the animated movie.
You know, whenever I hear Ringo Starr's name, I think of that movie Caveman from 1980.
I love that movie.
Shelley Long. Ooh.
Yeah, but Barbara Bach was hotter.
Well,
Luna.
I was more of a Shelley Long fan.
Well, hey, women run around in cave women outfits. It just all was good. No, Kronos, I'm not buying a Piglet outfit.
No, Kronos coming. He's already got the Piglet outfit. He
So
wears it all the time.
So DJ, what is with the outfits that you wear?
They originally started off, it was a joke thing for the radio station.
Okay.
I was supposed to make a joke thing for the radio station with the pink bunny one. Then I did it for Anti-Trekker.
Okay.
And then I started getting requests for other things just from everybody, and it's kind of went downhill and rolled, and now I'm accused of being a furry.
Oh, so you're not a furry?
I'm not a furry.
Okay.
I don't wear them around any other time unless I'm making a goofy ass video for something or just to shock people when I jump on a live stream.
You know, speaking of furries, I want to talk about something. I have this theory about why exactly the Cats movie failed, even though it's an awful movie, but there still should have been some people that went to it, right? Because if you'd have put out a movie back in the late 80s when Cats was really hot on Broadway, it would have been a hit. I think the reason why people are reviled by what they see in the trailers and such is because thanks to the internet now we know about these people called furries. And when we see people dressed up like animals, it's where our brain immediately goes to. Whereas back in the 80s, nobody really, I mean, the average person didn't know what a furry was. If you talk to them about it, you tell them about it, they're like, what's that, furry? What are you talking about? That's just my working idea.
Well, I think I'm just going to start wearing the T-Rex outfit all the time, wherever possible. Then I can't be accused of being a furry because the T-Rex isn't furry.
I don't think it works like that.
I think so.
I think there are furries that are non-furry animals.
Like lizard furries?
Gotta be, right?
And bird furries and fish furries? Okay. Not exactly
furries.
Not exactly furry then. They'd be scalies.
Kronos had a question, and I don't think so, Kronos. I don't think so, Kronos.
I bet some do.
Some do.
I don't know. I'm not a furry. Apparently, though, Thomas Potts is an expert because he knows they don't wear them all the time. So it kind of makes me wonder if Thomas Potts isn't one.
Well, that was targeted towards me because I'm a admitted flat earther. So that's what that's about.
Well, we don't worry about what people believe here. Hell, we had Alexander in here last night.
You know, that was really interesting. I thought for as long as I was able to listen to it, I've softened a lot over the years when it comes to communism because for a significant portion of my life I was trained to find and kill communists. But thankfully, I never got the opportunity. But what he was talking about was pretty interesting. I was actually listening to it quite in depth.
I don't know if I'm getting more crazy or he's getting less crazy, but there were good parts. He was making some sense last night.
Yeah,
well,
I don't. Go ahead.
That's the thing with it. Communism, if you look at parts of it, it does make sense. But
I didn't mean the communism part. I just meant in general.
But it could never be implemented the correct way because to do that, you have to have a dictatorship.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think that communism should be totally eradicated. I think it's okay to have one or two countries out there that are using that form of economy. I'm not as hard line about it, anymore as I used to be. But he's a Conan fan though, so I can't be too mad at him.
And he does want to see MCU Aunt May naked, so
yeah.
I finally got to watch the last 2 episodes of that Crisis on Infinite Earth.
So how was that?
It wasn't that bad, but they did finally tie it in to the movie DCU.
With the Flash?
Yep.
Yeah, that was. I did see that clip. I was just the thing that I found most exciting about what I saw of it was they actually brought back the Flash from the 1990 series with what John Wesley Shipp. I mean, I know he'd been on the Flash show as various other characters, Barry Allen's dad and the Jay Garrick Flash, but to have him actually be the Flash from Earth 90, I thought was really neat.
And at least they did not kill off the Reeve / what's his name? Superman Earth either. The Christopher Reeve Superman is still alive.
How did they get him on there?
Well, what's his name that played him in Superman Returns?
Oh, that's Brandon Routh.
Brandon Routh. Now, he is technically still the same Reeve Superman.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. He was. He had the Kingdom Come Superman symbol on his chest, though. So.
But at the end of this one, he was back into the regular outfit.
Oh, that's neat.
The Christopher Reeve Superman outfit. Not the goofy looking one they had him in with the smaller S. This one was the full-fledged. They had him at the end of part 5, briefly showing him flying around the Earth like Reeve did.
I think Routh got the raw end of the stick. I think that he was actually a pretty good casting choice. I think that he was maybe a little bit too young to play Superman in Superman Returns, but I think he could have grown into the role. The only thing about him physically that doesn't quite match is he has very dark brown eyes, and so when he plays Superman, he has to wear these weird sort of contact lenses that make his eyes look blue, but they don't look naturally blue. They're this. You can tell he's wearing contacts. That was like the only thing about him physically that I thought was
he could have had a good movie there too, except for that whole second half of it with the stupid continent being made out of kryptonite.
I didn't have a problem with that. I had a problem with him having an illegitimate son with Lois Lane, and then that whole situation where, it's like because any sequel then would have to be focusing on the kid rather than Superman. I just don't think that if you're going to make a Superman movie, you should go that route.
And they changed that whole thing too because they announced that there's going to be a Superman series on the CW.
Well, that's good. I mean,
it's going to focus in on him, Lois, and they first announced his son. The only problem is during this whole crisis, something changed and now he has twins.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Kronos, I think that based on the trailer that we saw, I thought that the Morbius movie looks like it has the potential to be good. I'm not going to say the movie's going to be good or bad based on the trailer, but I like that they show his quote unquote final form there in the trailer. So
and no, Kronos, gulags are not a good thing. And unless you have orphan children that you're using to mine.
Whose mic is that?
Don't know.
It's probably mine.
Yeah, I think it's Bird's.
Yeah, unless I'm talking, I keep mine muted just because of my breathing issues.
Yeah, he's a heavy breather.
Kind of like Darth Vader.
Many a times he's been hung up on from women because he just sits there.
Oh, it's too bad you couldn't have get in on the whole rap music thing back in the 80s. You could have been the guy in the background going,
There you go, Night Breeze.
I could have done that, I think I could have fit in with the Fat Boys.
Yeah. Well, everybody had a big, huge guy in the background making that breathing noise back in the 80s. The infancy of rap.
I'm just not sure which fat boy would have been bigger than Night Breeze.
Futurama, noticeably FAT.
Oh, there.
Tell him lay down a beat.
Yes, Kronos, I did collect comics. I was also very briefly in the industry as a writer, so before it imploded. So yeah.
Yeah, look at this. We can actually get a word in edgewise, unlike last night.
Yeah.
Annie Trucker comes on and took over the show.
Well, between him and Alex, it was.
Yeah, it didn't help that certain people were encouraging Alex to keep singing.
But speaking of Annie Trucker, does anybody know if he got his wife a new car yet? You don't think so? I know last I heard they were down to one vehicle, and I just wondered if anybody had an update on that.
See, I haven't heard anything much about it since then.
Yeah, he hasn't been sharing that kind of stuff with us anymore. I don't think. Maybe he just that's what his therapist is for.
I thought he said he really can't drive alone anymore, so I don't know if they have a need for two cars. But
that makes sense. Yeah. Well, his son's gonna have to get a license eventually soon, right? I mean, I don't remember how old he is, but I know he's old enough to make animations.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I still call shenanigans, though, on Annie Trucker saying he has a TARDIS in his garage.
You don't think he has one in his garage?
I do not think he has one in his garage. I think it's bullshit.
So what do you think he has in his garage? Probably like a mailbox or something?
Probably, or he's counting that little one he's got in the fish tank. There's no way he's got one, because if he had one, he would have made a video of it by now just for nerd cred.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, he doesn't know that much about Doctor Who, because I was listening to him on the Mead stream the other night, and none of them knew what the hell they were talking about when they tried to bring the Doctor Who subject up.
Yeah.
See, I know enough not to even try to bring up Doctor Who.
I think Dr. Alex and I could run circles around what Anti-Trucker thinks he has knowledge on.
Yeah. I watched Doctor Who during the Russell T Davies era and the first year and a half or so of Moffat's era, and after that I kind of checked out.
Moffat started going downhill halfway through Smith's run, and then it went total shit during Capaldi's.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought that his basically when they had the whole A Good Man Goes to War episode that took place on Demon's Run, that was the last, gasp of Moffat's run. After that, he just couldn't construct a season anymore. Russell Davies had everything planned out. I mean, it was always like riding a freight train. It was picking up speed as you went along.
Yes, Tubian Police Fox. Yeah. Now, see, it's pointing out Joshua knows about Doctor Who.
Yeah, he is a Doctor Who fan. So,
and I think anything the Anti-Trekker knows, he's probably just heard from Joshua.
It's funny too because I used to watch Doctor Who when I was a kid in the 80s on PBS, and of course what PBS did back then was they just played nothing but the Baker run over and over and over again until they got to the point where they could jump to number 5. So for a lot of Americans who don't really know a lot about Doctor Who, they think that Tom Baker is quote unquote the first Doctor.
Now my PBS station flipped back and forth between Pertwee and Baker before they finally got later doctors.
Yeah, PBS in Wisconsin here, they just basically played the Baker run. As soon as Baker dies and changes into the young blonde guy, then the very next episode is, him, Pertwee going to Baker, and then they started the whole thing over again. Because I think Tom Baker did about 10 years worth of episodes. He had the longest
7 years.
7 years. Okay, 7 years, but longer than most of the other ones. So he had a lot more episodes.
Now, see, I rank Capaldi doctor-wise, as he played it, up there with Baker. But the stories were just so shitty and so crap.
Yeah, Moffat had a problem with making. He kept making his doctors unlikable. Even like Kevin Smith, what's his name? Matt Smith, his doctor was instantly likable, instantly charming, but then as time went on, it's like Moffat kept trying to heap negative character qualities to him, him always lying, things like that. And he just became harder and harder to watch. No, Cronus, there is no edge for you to fall off of. You have to look at the model.
And I always thought that McGann would have been a great doctor if they just give him a run.
Yeah, I mean, I was very tickled pink when I saw that short that he did called Night of the Doctor, a prelude to the movie they did, Day of the Doctor, where it shows him the circumstances by which he became the war doctor. I thought that was pretty good. And there was a lot of fans that were writing in saying, we want one season of Paul McGann as the doctor. We don't care if he's, if we know how he dies and, that kind of stuff already. They were really demanding a prequel.
Well, if you ever get your hands on the audios.
Yeah, the Big Finish audios, yeah.
There are a ton of McGann ones there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
They are great.
Yeah, when did you ever see the short Night of the Doctor?
Oh, I have it.
You have it, yeah. So he actually references all of his companions from the Big Finish audio books right before he sips the goblet and turns into the War Doctor. So
I basically have every Doctor Who possible to get your hand on, from the first Doctor all the way up until Capaldi regenerates.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I watched the first 6 episodes of Whittaker, and I was like, no, I can't. Nope, not anymore. Can't do it.
Yeah, I was noticing that they were prepping us for this big, gender swap way back. I mean, the first writer on Doctor Who that even suggested it was a possibility was Neil Gaiman in one of his, I think it was The Doctor's Wife was the name of the episode. And fans pointed out to him online that, hey, in the original series, it was very clear there was a distinction between Time Lords and Time Ladies, and Time Ladies had a very different sort of regeneration experience than the men did. The men would just basically explode and turn into whatever, whereas the women had like multiples. It was almost like orgasms, where they would have multiple ones and they could select what form they wanted. If they didn't like one they were in, then they would continue with the regeneration process, change again, and if they liked that, they had, Romana, when she had her regeneration, she went through about 5 different bodies before selecting the one that she went with.
Hello, Ensign Ricky. Yeah, she ended up selecting the body of the last, or second to last, or the last segment of the Key of Time.
Something like that, yeah. So I mean, it was very clear that the Gallifreyans had genders and that they weren't fluid like this. And Gaiman, of course, what he says his excuse was, well, one of the first things that Matt Smith said after he regenerates from David Tennant is he feels his hair and how long it is, and he panics and says, "I'm a girl," and then he feels his Adam's apple and he realizes he's not a girl. And I'm like, that doesn't work, because he had just regenerated. Usually the doctor goes a little crazy right after regeneration because of what it does to his brain and stuff. So I mean, that was a real weak response, I thought, in his part.
That was the first hints, though, that you knew what they were going to do with the new doctor.
Yeah, I didn't take that literally when he said, "I'm a girl." No, I'm not a girl. And I just took that as him being frazzled by the transformation. But Gaiman is the one who took that comment literally and made it now a fact of the Gallifreyans that they were essentially a transgender race.
And while then they pushed the envelope by
I'll take
changing the master to Missy.
Yeah, that was another big one. But before they did that, even they had a character called the General, who we had seen a couple times before, who was this older gentleman, and then he regenerated. The doctor actually uncharacteristically kills him. He has him at gunpoint, and he says, "What regeneration are you on?" And he says 10th. And he says,
and Clara back to life.
Yeah, and he shoots him. And when he regenerates, he turns into a black woman. And the first thing she now says is, that was the first time I was ever a male. And she looks at another male in the room and goes, how do you deal with all that ego? It was really, what I always like to do is, okay, let's reverse this. What if, the doctor or somebody who's a neutral character or a good guy said something like that in reverse? How do you deal with all that ego or whatever, or some negative characteristic we assign to women sometimes? I don't think it would have flown at all, but,
Hey, old Trek reviewer.
Yeah, so I bowed out. And then another thing that I had a problem with was every single companion turned out to be somebody like really special. I mean, the only one that wasn't in the new runs, I think, was Martha Jones, who was my favorite.
Yeah, Martha was my favorite.
Yeah, because she didn't turn into Bad Wolf. She didn't turn into the Dr. Donna. She didn't turn into even, the doctor's mother-in-law like Amy Pond did. She just became an alien hunter.
or a semi-companion like Captain Jack, who became immortal and basically the face of Bo.
Yeah, exactly. She was the only one who really kind of stayed. She wasn't normal. It's not fair to say she was normal, because last time we saw her, her and her husband Mickey, which I thought was a masterstroke, to write that in. Were facing down on some Taurans.
Yeah, but they're part of UNIT at the time.
I think, they were part of UNIT. They weren't part of Torchwood, because Torchwood.
And Martha had originally went to Torchwood.
I don't think she did. I think she went to UNIT, and then, but the thing was, because she had a sort of a communicative relationship with Jack Harkness, that I remember one of this UNIT general had to say to Martha, "Let me remind you, you work for UNIT, not Torchwood." So
there was something though I seen. I don't know if it was one of the Torchwood episodes that near the end of that where Captain Jack was trying to get Martha to join in there. And they left it sort of like you thought she was. And then they kind of ended the series and they brought it back for that mini series thing they had that was set.
The one on Showtime?
Yeah.
Yeah. With Bill Pullman.
Yeah. And then they didn't have her in that one. And then,
yeah.
But now they're basically denying that Unit exists anymore or Torchwood exists anymore.
Yeah, the Doctor Who continuity's often been one of these things where things temporarily disappear and then come back, and I mean, do you remember like in Russell T Davies, climax of his whole run, they had this great big Dalek invasion.
Yep.
And then when we went to Matt Smith, I think the second or third adventure, he asks Amy Pond, he realizes that Amy Pond doesn't know what a Dalek is. And he's like, how do you not know what a Dalek is? They took over Earth. You don't forget something like that. And she had no idea what he's talking about. And they didn't really ever go back to that, so they retcon things all the time in a very unspecific way.
And here comes Life with Matthew.
Hey guys.
There he is. He's got some Doctor wallpaper.
Hey Matthew, how you doing?
It felt appropriate.
Yeah.
All I can do is this.
Oh, that is which Doctor's Sonic?
Third.
That's right. Okay. One of my favorite lines of Doctor Who of all time was when the War Doctor looked at 10 and 11 and how they were pointing their screwdrivers at some soldiers, and he's like, "Those are screwdrivers. What are you going to do? Assemble a cabinet at them?"
Yeah, that kind of got ridiculous too on how powerful sonic screwdrivers became.
They made a joke on that. It was, I think, what's his name, Tennant. Well, no, he wasn't talking about a screwdriver. Like, he said he invented this machine to help him to detect Zygons or whatever. And he says it also enables me to download comics from the future. I don't know when to stop. He says, but he kept modifying and improving his sonic screwdriver to the point where there wasn't a lot of things that were sonic about it anymore. So
that sounds like something that Matt Smith would have said.
Yeah.
But it was 10th because it was the 50th anniversary episode.
Yep. Yeah, he was.
And he was going around trying to figure out which Queen Elizabeth was the Zygon and which one was the real one.
Yeah, and they both kissed him, and that was some good stuff. Honestly, I think some of the writing got messed up between the two doctors, though. I think you're right. Life with Matthew. I think that him putting extra doodads in the device that didn't need to be there was definitely more of a Matt Smith thing than a David Tennant thing.
What's up, Biden?
Well, just the line in general. It also downloads comics from the future. I don't know when to stop. That seems like something kind of scatterbrained Matt Smith would have.
Yeah, like when he was making snowmen in the Christmas Carol special. He just started making snowmen and he couldn't stop.
Yeah.
That's still my favorite Christmas special because it was the most Christmassy one.
I got a question here.
Sure.
Life with Matthew. What numbers are behind your head? Why does it go 8? And then there's clearly 2 spaces for okay.
Yeah.
So 9 takes 2 doctors.
No,
whatever.
There's a special War Doctor.
Yeah, there was
John played the War Doctor.
Yeah, the hidden doctor that nobody knew about, which was actually supposed to be 9, but they couldn't get Eccleston to come back for the 50th anniversary special, and then they tried to get McGann because he was the 8th, and maybe he could have been the one that was doing the stuff during the Time War, but he was unavailable. He could only do this little short film. So then they created a brand new doctor that nobody knew about that was involved in the Time War, and that was the War Doctor, and he didn't consider himself to be a doctor, so that's why he doesn't count, but technically he does.
Well, yeah, everyone else doesn't consider him a doctor.
Right. Yeah.
The one who didn't do it in the name of the doctor.
Yeah. But then they retconned that later too. when Capaldi came back and came about, and then he went and found Gallifrey, and they kept referring him to the Doctor of War, and so they kind of, because on Gallifrey they knew that the War Doctor actually helped save them rather than destroy them, but the rest of the universe thought the War Doctor had killed all the Time Lords.
So basically, Doctor Who is just like a Trill host.
No.
No, I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to the same thing.
Well, the end result is similar, but it's the mechanics of it aren't the same at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, how about the first time in Star Trek we were introduced to the Trill, and Riker ended up being a host to a Trill for a while.
Riker, and then Beverly was all in love with him, but then not.
And then this woman shows up. I'm going to be the new host, and
Beverly's like, I don't play that way. She's like, why? Can't you love me? And she's like, we didn't get there yet.
Yeah.
Now,
No.
Mr. Miles points out that Gary 7 had basically a sonic screwdriver in TOS.
Well, Doctor Who predates Star Trek by a couple of years, so it wouldn't surprise me if Roddenberry, when he created Gary 7, he perpetrated some shenanigans.
But I don't think Doctor Who displayed a sonic screwdriver until after that, because I don't remember sonic screwdriver showing up until the very end of the second Doctor.
Interesting.
And he was only using it to turn screws too back then. It wasn't it was just a novelty device that he had once in a while, where they were showing off a little special effect for him turning screws without touching them. It
wasn't until the third Doctor when he started unlocking locks with it and everything else.
Yeah. And of course, the Cybermen used to say that they'd assimilate people too. By the way, a lot of people don't remember that.
Yeah. They had one of my favorite lines. I think it was a Dalek and Cybermen crossover.
Yeah, the first one.
They're talking about the Doctor, and it's like, the Time Lords are a race that never interfere. And what about the Doctor? All he does is interfere.
Okay, Mr. Miles is pointing out that Doctor Who had it 1 to 2 months before TOS.
Okay.
So it did appear in the second Doctor's run before.
But that would be then too close to say that Roddenberry copied the idea, because I don't think Roddenberry would come up with that quick enough to put in the episode. But who knows?
Yeah, especially since Gary 7 was like a planned project.
Yeah, Gary 7
Oh well, great minds. Maybe it's not unheard of that two people come up with independently with the same or similar ideas. So it happens all the time.
That was a harsh Gary 7. That was a harsh. They really tried to pimp out the idea of this spin-off series, and it just didn't take it all.
No, nobody. I mean, I would have watched it for Terry Garr, but I mean, the other guy Gary himself, I wasn't too impressed with, and I don't like it when Kirk is so much upstaged in his own show.
Well, we ought to be happy it didn't exist, or Terry Garr might have got typecast to that type of, and then we would have never seen her in some of the other movies that she showed up in.
Yeah, like Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, rolling
the hay. Yeah, want to roll the hay.
Also, if it had come out, they probably wouldn't have pushed for season 3.
Could have.
Yeah.
Well,
also, hello, Vile Child. I see that you've taken over your dad's computer and are too lazy to change the channel.
I remember somebody saying that they were writing into Desilu to save Star Trek for a third season, and they fought really hard. Then when they got the third season, like, this is what we fought for, because I mean, a lot of episodes in season 3 were not what people wanted. They wanted more of Doomsday Machine and Balance of Terror type stuff, and City on the Edge of Forever, and what they got was what they got.
Spock's Brain.
Spock's Brain.
That last one.
Turnabout Intruder.
What a terrible episode to end on.
Yeah. Turnabout Intruder, yeah.
I'd say the Enterprise incident is my favorite of the TOS episodes. That was season 3.
Now, do you think the issue was they weren't expecting a third season, so they didn't have time to properly plan it out? Or do you think that would have been the quality we got no matter what?
I think they probably put their best stuff forward, and all the ones that they decided to cut for season 2 probably went into 3, and that's why we ended up with fewer good episodes. I think it's season 3, but that's not so saith the Lord. That's so thinketh Darren. So,
Oh, sure, yeah, just speculation.
yeah.
Mr. Miles asks, which is worse, Turnabout Intruder or the end of Enterprise?
That is a tough question.
To me, nothing beats the end of Enterprise as the worst episode. At least like Threshold has that it's so bad it's good kind of thing where you can watch it to laugh at it how bad it is. But these are the voyages. The finale rather for Enterprise was so wrong on so many levels. I mean, not even having the cast getting to play their actual characters for their own finale was just wow.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people just say it didn't happen and treat the previous episode as their finale because it ended with Trip and T'Pol having a moment where they were reflecting on the death of their genetic daughter, and Trip, of course, is bawling his eyes out, and T'Pol is just weathering it the way a Vulcan would, and some people want it to end that's the best way to end the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
personally, I like where the books went after that for the continuation of where Enterprise should have went.
Yeah, I didn't read the books, but I do know that apparently the official record of Trip's death turned out to be a fabrication, that he actually went on to be like...
well, this is where people will get angry probably, but Trip did end up going and working for Section 31 and was surgically modified to infiltrate the Romulans to spy on them.
Well, I don't like that either because, I mean, the first time any human was supposed to see the Romulan was in Balance of Terror, and I think that when Enterprise violated canon, they did so out of ignorance, but not willful ignorance. You know, their intention was still that this was a prequel in the same universe as the Desilu Star Trek, but I think Brandon Braga says it in interviews all the time. He says, I fired more writers during the first 2 seasons of Enterprise than at any other time in my life because a lot of them said they were Star Trek fans and were experts on the lore, and turned out that they weren't because we'd find out after the fact, you know, from letters from fans and stuff like that. And you know, he fired, and these were writers who just wanted a shot at TV and would have said anything anyway. And
well, if I remember the book, because it's been quite a few years since I read it, it was Section 31 and a section of the Vulcan High Command that recruited Trip to go in. Nobody else really knew still what Romulans looked like, but it was mainly the Vulcan in charge of this. And they wanted to send him in because they knew the Romulans were building a fleet that would start the war with Earth.
Yeah, but how could they surgically alter him to look like a Romulan if they didn't know what a Romulan looked like? I mean, in Balance of Terror, they didn't even know that they resembled Vulcans at all.
Well, apparently the Vulcan High Command knew. Okay,
well that makes sense because there was that scene at the end of the 3-parter in season 4 where it shows that one Vulcan politician was actually himself a Romulan agent. So maybe they found it out after the fact or something. I don't know, but it wasn't common knowledge that the Vulcans and had a shared ancestry with the Romulans. I mean, Spock was surprised about it, you know, when he saw Mark Leonard on the screen. But yeah, it's Mr. Miles. By the way, yeah, I know you can look at it as simply not the you can look at it as a hologram episode, but it was still the finale for the show. And I just think that, you know, they should have had those actors in there actually playing their characters instead of playing, you know, versions of their characters.
Well, I think that was also kind of a last-ditch effort to see if the fans could save the show again for another season.
Yeah.
They were trying to play with the next generation.
Yeah, I think Section 31 gets overused a lot too in the books and obviously now in the new show because it, you know, originally presented, it was this sort of an Illuminati organization that nobody knew about. And there is a thing called Starfleet Intelligence too, and they do the quote unquote official sneaky stuff. But then you got this other one that's, the Section 31 that's a little more on the dark side.
It's basically the Tal Shiar for the Federation.
Well, the Tal Shiar are an official organization, though. The general Starfleet personnel don't know anything about Section 31. I mean, Sisko never heard of it. When he made inquiries, he couldn't get any answers. Yeah. Well,
I mean, like more in practice than.
Yeah. The Obsidian Order, the Tal Shiar, they're all very similar organizations. And quite frankly, I kind of thought it was cool then to find out that the good guys had something like that too. But especially now what we see with its use of the concept in the movies and in the new shows, it's just I think they A, don't understand what it was supposed to be in the beginning, and B, they overuse it.
In fact, that's exactly what Odo says when he finds out.
Yeah.
About Section 31. He's like, it's actually amazing. It would have been amazing that they didn't have something like this.
Yeah.
All the great powers have something.
Yeah.
And to answer Kronos' question, personally, I gave up on Discovery the same way I did Doctor Who. I watched this crap for the first few episodes, and I said no more.
I think it's episode 3 or 4 where I gave up the ghost.
I gave up 20 minutes in to the first episode because I'm like, if they're not even going to bother to make it visually line up with, X number of years of continuity, then why should I bother watching it? I mean, that's the easiest part of doing this show. They had an aesthetic that was already established, and they didn't make it fit, and and then they're trying to tell us that's a D7, and I'm like, okay, forget this. This is fanfic. This is very bad licensed material.
It was like the moment I knew I wasn't going to last long was the Delta symbol in the sandstorm that could be seen from space.
Why? I mean,
right, with a storm over it. Right, yeah.
I'm like, yep, I'm done. I'm going to keep trying, but this is it. My brain's checked out.
If they were really following them on like a map, like wouldn't they have come down when they were 3/4 done and it was clearly obvious? They were making a Delta symbol
yet. It could be anything.
Yeah, it could be an arrowhead. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're telling us to go forward.
I had an old Navy buddy send me a clip from the show. This was after I'd watched it, and he couldn't believe it. And I looked at the clip, and I'm like, "What the bleep?" Basically, you have Lorca talking to Burnham on the bridge about how vitally important it is that they figure out how to crack the Klingon, stealth field. They don't call it a cloak, but. And then some no-name bridge person says, sir, we're tracking a cloaked Klingon ship at the edge of sensor radius. We're tracking the heat signature, basically is what he says. And then Lorca says, okay, thanks. And he turns back to the discussion about how important it is for them to be able to track these ships. And I'm like, that guy sitting over there just figured it out, you dumbass. I mean, okay, I'm a Navy sonar operator here on a submarine. Okay, when we track another ship that's submerged, we track it by repetitious noise from the auxiliary systems, like lube oil pumps and coolant pumps and things like that. If you're tracking that sound, you are tracking that ship. So if he's tracking the heat signature of a cloaked ship, guess what? You've just figured out how to track these ships.
And then they had to jump around the ship.
Yeah,
to break the cloak. But if they knew what they were jumping around, how good could the cloak have been?
Yeah, and they just basically figured out how to destroy it. Put a damn heat sensor on a damn torpedo. Shove it up the tailpipe.
Things gotta have a tailpipe.
I'm like, this is so bad. This was definitely written by Gilmore Girls writers. This was awful.
I gave it its first 2 episodes. And I checked out at episode 3 because I knew that was really the first episode of the season for all practical purposes when Lorca, whatever, when she got to Discovery. And I was like, okay. I mean, I didn't like the first 2, but by the end of the 3rd, I was like, disaster.
They couldn't even correct their mistakes of Burnham holding the phaser backwards.
Well, y'all have a good night. I'm going to jump off here.
See you, Nightbreeze.
Take care, Nightbreeze.
Night, Nightbreeze. Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on doing a video soon about when you can tell the writer of a Star Trek episode has never either A, been in the military or had done any research, because one of the things that Starfleet officers, particularly on Voyager, always did was reminisce about their days at the academy, right? Well, they do it the way that a civilian might, fondly reminisce about their days at civilian college, but an academy situation is nothing like that. Nobody reminisce. No officer I ever served with looked back fondly on their academy days. It was a rough, grueling thing that they just were glad to get it over with.
But
They
they didn't
treat
go
the
to
academy like
Starfleet
West
Academy.
Point.
Yeah,
It's college, and once you graduate, you're basically a lieutenant after
You're
West Point.
well, Annapolis is the Naval Academy. And that's what I'm familiar with. You're an ensign when you get out. And what's funny is, you really you are a basically trained officer, but you don't really know anything yet about where you're gonna work. That's why a lot of chiefs end up training enlisted guys. That's why Chief O'Brien was able to on the show. This is just an example. Was able to man any station, any senior officer station, like Worf's tactical station. We saw him there. We saw him at the helm at one point in the show, and that's where his career stops. The pinnacle of him being able, the pinnacle of him, what kind of jobs he can do are those jobs. Whereas the officers have to be, they're always looking for the next promotion. They're trying to become a department head or something like that. So that's why chiefs are important in the Navy, because they can fill those positions without competing with the ensigns and the lieutenants for whatever comes after that. And so when you get an ensign that comes out of the academy with a botany degree, and there are such a thing, because they have to go to a ship and they have to learn things like manning the helm and things like that, and they learn those from generally chiefs, and then within 2 or 3 years they're a department head. They're usually by that time a lieutenant or Lieutenant JG at the very least, and they start giving them more managerial positions at that,
Which is kind of where they belong.
Yeah.
I've met many it wasn't West Point. They went to some other military college, and I'm like, you couldn't leave me out of a wet paper bag, man. Just
yeah. The real learning happens in the fleet.
Nice people. No offense to them. It's just
yeah.
Okay, I got to interrupt for a second because I have to explain. Richie Poole's late. He wanted to know what MomOPrey did. It was nothing. It's a joke on something she said earlier in the bird stream about child support and stuff, and it was just a big joke. It's all a running gag.
Going back just a second there, the fact that the ensign or whoever it was tracking the heat signature, it makes me think it was either this past one or a couple ones back, Bird, of DS9, when the person's like, holy crap, a transporter.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly.
And then they're like, well, transporter's the first thing we look for. And it's like, well, then why were you freaking out?
The episode Shadow Play, Season 2, Episode 16. Okay. The episode where Odo and Dax head to a planet, and it turns out everybody's a hologram, and they're slowly disappearing. And the head of the security for the settlement, he has a phaser to Odo and Dax, and he says, "Oh, they're chief suspects in the disappearances." And Odo says, "That's ridiculous. We wouldn't even be here if we were guilty." And they're like, "We could leave anytime we want." And Odo tells the runabout to beam him up, and then he comes back down, and the guy's like spooked out. Like, what was that? How'd you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And then a minute later, Odo's like, "Did you guys scan for transporters?" And the guy's like, "That's the first thing we did."
Yeah. Well,
it happened in all the episodes, but it's worse in Discovery.
Yeah. They were moving pretty fast in Deep Space Nine initially, and they some of those episodes they kind of bashed out, But it's one of those shows where we tend to look at Deep Space Nine as by how great it became rather than how it started.
It started pretty strong, even. I mean,
Yeah, but Enterprise is not judged by its last 2 seasons. It's judged more often by its first 2. And
Yeah.
Or its last episode.
And when I listened to interviews with Berman and Braga about that time when they were trying to deal with UPN and Les Moonves, Les Moonves actually had a suggestion that they wanted to seriously take for the show. He says, we can strike up a deal with a record label. And wouldn't it be neat if every episode or every week on Enterprise they had a band playing in the crew's mess, and every week it's a different band? And of course, this is by a guy who doesn't understand the premise of the show. It's like, where are they going to find a band and then have the band playing? I mean, for entertainment, they don't do that on these ships, and that's how disconnected Les Moonves was to the show. I mean. What's his face? Berman was talking about how he was describing the episode Minefield in a board meeting.
The whole.
And he was talking about how they're crawling. Talking about, and he mentioned it. He described the episode in about 20 minutes. And Les Moonves, after hearing the whole thing, he said, "I just have one question. What is this thing you keep mentioning? The hull?" And Berman had to keep a straight face and said, "Well, that's the skin of a ship." He goes, "It's it's a nautical term. If you have a yacht, your yacht has a hull." And then at that point, Moonves, figured it out. But here, Moonves was familiar with what a yacht was. He just didn't know what a hull was. Yeah. So,
I could see the band thing. You get a couple of people out there. Hey, we're the Trekkies. People say we're trekking along.
I can see the band thing for later.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they could explain it holograms.
Yeah, or they even had something kind of weird like that on what's that other show with Seth MacFarlane?
The Orville.
The Orville. That's sorry.
I was going to say the Orville kind of does that.
They have karaoke night, and they have different officers there, every week doing karaoke, and it's so. I mean, that's a great, but that was the show that could accommodate that idea.
And the Orville also is, presumably stopping at places, picking up people,
right,
dropping people off. That's a show where I could believe a band plays every week.
Yeah,
Enterprise was the only ship out there.
Right, and I think that the premise of Enterprise in the beginning, they may try to make it too much like the other shows, where this was definitely a ship where not very many amenities. I mean, they never talked about how they replenished their food stores. Because they didn't, they had protein resequencers to make fake potatoes and pasta and stuff, but eventually they had to have, replenish those food stores.
Soon flocks would just find the right planet
or something like that. But I mean,
that protein.
Yeah, they never explained that, and they never showed the Enterprise, really going to Vulcan stations or anything like that. And where were they? They'd have to get Vulcan food if they did that. So I mean. What they should have done was what they did in the 4th season, where they have the Earth be the Enterprise's home base, and they would go they go out for a while and come back to Earth. Go out for a while, come back to Earth. That's what they should have done.
I thought they did state though they had a small hydroponics.
Right, but to feed the whole crew, and and Voyager had the similar problem. They showed Voyager, which was a ship that had full blown freaking replicators in it, going out and finding food. And Neelix was able, because he knew the area, was able to tell them what was poisonous and what wasn't and stuff like that. So, if Voyager had to do it, NX-01 sure as hell had to do that too, because it wasn't anywhere near as capable a ship. It didn't have as many doodads and amenities.
I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I like seasons 1 and 2 of Enterprise better than 3.
There are some pretty good episodes, I thought, in the first 2 seasons. I mean, I liked the pilot. I think it was the 2nd episode. I want not Silent Enemy, but it was another one where they find an Axanar ship, and the crew is hanging upside down, being drained of their lymphatic fluid.
Yeah.
And it just I remember the trailer for the episode. Hoshi screams like bloody murder, not like any kind of scream you hear on Star Trek.
Horror episode almost.
Yeah, and it really hit home the idea of how dangerous it was for them to being out there, and how ill prepared they were, and how naive they were.
The best Enterprise episodes, though, had to be the Mirror Enterprise. Mirror Universe one.
Everybody loves those. Everybody loves those, and I tell you, that is like Trek porn to me, because you get, first of all, you've got the Constitution class shown in full modern effects for the time, and then the treat of them actually revealing things we didn't know about that ship, class of ship, like aft weapons and things. And
they wrote it smart to explain why it was there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's close to being perfect, but that Gorn pisses me off.
Well, yeah, Gorn.
I didn't have a problem with the Gorn at all. And I
didn't have a problem him being there, just that he was supposed to be slow.
Well, again, my theory is that it's a reptile and it's faster when it's warm, and it was spending all of its time in the warmest, hottest part of the ship. We don't know how cold or how warm the arena planet was. I mean, deserts are notorious for being very cold sometimes, and the defining characteristic of a desert is not temperature; it is precipitation. So, Antarctica supposedly is a desert because there's hardly any precipitation there. But
there's parts of oceans that are deserts, allegedly.
Oh yeah. If there's no rain in a region of an ocean, yeah, you could probably call it a desert. But even though there's water everywhere, but
it's paradoxical, yeah.
Yeah.
So, for the last episode of Enterprise, was it primarily the holodeck thing that turned you off, or for me, it was the death of Trip? I felt like it was so sudden, so rushed, and made no sense.
The death of Trip was such a wasted thing, but then again, yes, having Riker, Jonathan Frakes, so much older. There's somebody that made a cut of the Pegasus episode, and they cut in the scenes with Riker from These Are the Voyages, and it's, of course, to show you the contrast. Here you go. He leaves the room, he's young. He comes back to the room, he's old. It's like it's and then look at Troy. And also it's weird because in the actual plot of the Pegasus, there's no indication that he told Troy anything ahead of time. But I guess this episode, These Are the Voyages reveals that Riker had told, Troy about this and had explained it to her ahead of time, and yet she acts like she didn't know in the original episode when he reveals it to the whole bridge crew.
Right, and also in the original episode, he doesn't tell Picard until he's kind of forced to.
Right, yeah.
Right. When he just hooked that up to this system. Yeah. Then he finally comes forward, which is not what it,
Exactly. Yeah.
Enterprise, which
he says, "I think I'm ready to talk to Captain Picard now," and he doesn't. He doesn't reveal the phase cloak until they need it to get out of that asteroid. So there's some incongruencies there. But then Brandon Braga in particular has written some very poor episodes. I think he was the writer of Threshold. I think he was also the writer of all These Are the Voyages, and I have prepped a video review of Shuttle Pod 1, which Braga said in a special features interview was the very best episode of the first season of Enterprise. Well, I'll tell you something. That episode is what made me quit the show and not come back until the middle of the second season, because there's a scene in there that just made me nauseous with how bad it was. The premise of that episode is that Reed and Trip are in a shuttle pod and they think the Enterprise has been destroyed. And they're in these little impulse shuttles. They're not going to go anywhere, not anywhere, very far. They're not like the warp shuttles, of later generations. And they've only got so much food. They've only got so much air in this thing. And Trip lights a candle. As a person who is very versed in working and living in an enclosed environmental system, I can tell you that on a submarine, fire is worse than leaking. The worst thing you could possibly have on a submarine is a fire, because that's just, that's changing the air balance in the atmosphere of the ship, and you have to keep that in balance, otherwise people start losing consciousness, they get sick. For Trip to light a candle, which is the equivalent of having a third person in that shuttle pod, and him just doing that, and then having to be talked out of it by Reed as tactical officer. I was so disgusted by that when I said, this is the last episode of this show I'm watching. And the thing is, Berman and Braga had taken a tour of a submarine that a friend of mine was. When I left the Navy, I obviously had friends still in, and one guy emailed me and said, hey, a couple of producers from Enterprise were on the boat today. They were taking pictures, and they were, they took an example of our uniforms back with them. They were needing it for influence on the design of the ship in the show, because they wanted it to be more submarine-like, and we showed them all the danger, the damage control, equipment, and we took them gave them the whole tour of the forward end of the ship, because the aft end is all secret stuff, and they should have known. I mean, there's a fire extinguisher of each kind in almost every compartment, for every kind of fire. Alpha class fire, which is, paper and wood products. There's Bravo class fires that are, and then they have Charlie, which is an electrical fire. There's different kinds of fire types, and you have to use a different kind of fire extinguisher for each one. Otherwise, you'll damage equipment and or cause the flames to spread. And we give them that. That's a standard tour with safety is a big deal. And I just let's just say it's not the choice I would have made to have Trip light a candle like that. And it may sound like a really small thing to a lot of other people, but God, it just bothered me so bad.
Okay, I want to explain something really quickly to Josh Street. Time Lords 1 through 8 are normal, all the way up to McGann. War Doctor's number 9. Eccleston is technically number 10. Tennant is 11 and 12. Then you got Smith as 13. Then you have Capaldi as 14. And that makes this nasty social justice female doctor 15. That's how it goes.
Well, I mean, okay. He's like 11 and 11 and a half.
No, it's stated, though, from Matt Smith's doctor that it's technically still 2 regenerations, because he didn't want to regenerate into another body because he was vain.
Yeah, he put the energy into his hand, and that turned into the humanoid doctor.
Don't you think he was lying, though, to cover up the existence of the War Doctor, like retroactively?
Well, he also mentioned Captain Grumpy, which I think he was referring to the War Doctor in that line. As I recall.
I'm just going to jump in and say good night, everybody.
Good night, Bird.
Hey, Bird.
Thank you so much for having me on.
But it was always stated there was 13 regenerations of the Doctor.
13 lives. 12 regenerations and 13 lives.
That's why it still fits with Tennant being 2.
Get back in frame, Matthew.
Yeah, I know. I gotta. Oh gosh.
That's why it still counts as Tennant being 2 different doctors.
Yep.
Because Capaldi was the first of the second regeneration cycle.
Right, he was.
Even though now they're going to retroact that all, and there's going to be a regeneration cycle before.
Yeah,
that's stupid.
First 13.
Yeah. No. It's overkill. It's they're tinkering so hard with the core concept that it's unraveling, and they don't even realize it.
They're going to say there was another regeneration cycle before that, and the Doctor was originally female to begin.
Yeah, that's
here's something that a lot of people in these kind of businesses don't understand, is that your core fan base likes to think that they're experts. They're the ones that, especially the ones that started in the beginning, right? With the very first episode of Doctor Who, with the first Doctor with Hartnell and whatnot, and when you all of a sudden retcon / reveal that what you thought, that something happened before that you're not aware of in such a way, that really turns the longtime fans off. I mean, somebody mentioned Crisis on Infinite Earths earlier, that was based on a comic book maxi series from the 80s that was very daring and very controversial for DC to do at the time. The idea that they would take all their superhero continuity going back to 1938 and reboot it. And And a lot of people, longtime fans of DC Comics, confronted guys like Dick Giordano. He was the editor-in-chief at the time at DC at conventions and said, one guy even said, is DC Comics going to buy back all the episodes or the issues of Superman I've bought since 1938? Because none of those stories ever happened anymore. And Dick Giordano leaned to the microphone and goes, "Those stories are made up. They didn't happen anyway." And he said, "Look, look, you didn't buy these comics to become an expert on the lore of Superman. You bought them as entertainment, and we have to make this decision." And off camera, he was saying, "Marvel's whooping our asses right now. We have to do something." And that emotion is real. The idea that you're taking, everything that a person who loves a franchise knows about that franchise and saying, okay, all that information you've accumulated over the years is worthless now. It's a really ugly feeling. It's really an ugly feeling for those people.
Well, they're so dumb because even as bad as Capaldi's run was, he still had almost 6 million viewers. And now it's down to like 4 million at most.
I didn't mind the first season of Capaldi with Clara. I felt like that was a fun season. The second season with Clara, I got just so tired of her. Like when they try to make her Mrs. Doctor, like not like married to him, but just like, oh, I'm just like the Doctor, except for human. Like I'm like that's
when she had encountered all the previous Doctors off screen, and they revealed that they did the whole thing where she was the one who told the original Doctor, "No, don't take that TARDIS, take this one. It's more fun," things like that.
Well,
that was a
I got really sick of when they brought Bill for the last season of Capaldi, and you had to hear almost every episode on how she was a lesbian.
Yeah, I didn't watch that season. When I saw what they did, I'm like, that's it. I'm not going to bother.
She the one with the Prince T-shirt. She was a lesbian. Because I had stopped watching the show at that before Bill came on.
Oh, so. I thought you were being sarcastic. Like I didn't know. Did they mention it in the show? Yeah, they mentioned it a lot.
It was almost every single episode. She brought up that she was a lesbian.
Wow, that's like Miss. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, wasn't one of the first episodes like a cop walks up and before he says anything, he like identifies himself as gay? Wasn't that like one of the first episodes with Bill?
Wow.
I might have been the second episode.
Second? Okay.
Because the first episode, it was all because of that stupid female that she was hitting on that was in the puddle. And they called the pilot.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the end of it, it was that girl in the puddle came and rescued Bill after she'd been turned into a Cyberman. That's the only thing I'll give credit for that final season was they kind of tied in the old original Cybermen from Mondas.
I think I remember seeing clips from that where Bill had been transformed into an original original black and white version Cyberman with the stocking cap, ski mask face and things. That's kind of neat that they went back.
But that's also where they brought Missy and the Master back in the same episode. So you had two Masters in the episode, and Sim's Master kills Missy.
I think I saw that clip too. If you by the way, if you watch the Doctor Who or BBC YouTube channel, you can basically piece together what happens in episodes because they show you all the best clips from the shows, like an hour after they air.
So I have no idea where this new Master fits in because I'm not watching the show anymore.
Okay, the new Master, it still blows my mind what they did with him. First of all, like the first time you see him, like when he reveals that he's the Master, they make him act mentally handicapped. Like if you watch this clip, you're like, what is this actor trying to do? But second, they took someone from a Middle Eastern descent and had him hijack a plane to blow it up. Ooh. And I'm like, did the BBC just not, like, they're usually so PC, did they not think about the optics of what they were doing? And why are they getting a pass on this?
Yeah, that sounds like something that their own proponents would eat them alive for.
Yeah, but no one cares for some reason. Like, I was shocked. Like, personally, I don't care. I'm just surprised they went there.
Mr. Miles brings up that we don't actually know if Missy was killed.
We don't.
But it is assumed. Yeah. But the Master did state that he shot her full force and regeneration would not save her.
Right, because the weapon he used prevents regeneration. But then I think she stabbed him or something, and they both kind of laugh, and
Yeah, she stabbed him,
that's it. Yeah.
and that basically they led you to believe that that's when he would regenerate into her. Maybe
Yeah. Maybe this new terrorist one is what Sims regenerates into, and that Missy comes back much later or something. Who knows? Yeah.
I actually liked Sims up until the point when they brought him back, and he was like an overpowered super being that could fly using its regeneration power.
And he made everybody on Earth into a duplicate of him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just so they could bring Timothy Dalton back as the leader of Gallifrey.
Well, Timothy Dalton, that was his first time ever being on Doctor Who, wasn't it? As the president.
His one and only time.
Yeah.
Good night, Truck Reviewer.
He's my favorite Bond.
You know, it's interesting. Captain Jack, he was every bit as sexual as Bill, and yet he did it in a way that no one cared about.
Yeah.
I did think it was funny because I didn't watch Torchwood until after I had left the Matt Smith run and with Demon's run, the whole, and I thought, well, okay, here's this other show that Russell T Davies did. Let me see what that was like. And man, I felt like I needed a stiff drink after almost every episode. But
it is dark.
Yeah, it was dark. I mean, the episode where those people land on, from the 30s land on their plane, and it's the present, and they have to adjust to being in their future now. And the one guy commits suicide in the garage, and Jack is telling him, "Look, there's no afterlife. It's just darkness." And he sits in there with him and dies with him, so he wouldn't be alone while he died. And I'm like, that is some dark atheist stuff, And it's like,
wasn't one of the first episodes the cannibal episode?
Might have been.
It was early on, but I remember getting done like, okay, wow, this is where we're going with this series, that aliens aren't all that bad. It's people that suck.
Yeah, it's the dark side. I mean, it takes place in the same continuity as Doctor Who, but it's like all the really bad stuff that happens in the Doctor Universe, they save for that 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock slot when this show comes on, and there's dropping F-bombs and everything. And then you had Harkness appear on Doctor Who again, and it was like he would start to hit on somebody, and David Tennant would be like, "Jack," and it's almost like he's like, "Jack, you can't do this on my show. This is a family show, Jack." That's the implicit that I got from it. But it was, and Jack is like, "Can I say hi to anyone?"
It was such a running gag. Like, we didn't have poems this.
Yeah.
And then you had the other extreme with Sarah Jane.
Yeah, the kids show, the really squeaky clean kids show, where the kids cross the street without looking all the time and didn't get hit by cars.
And
they
you had the Doctor pop up twice on that, once Tennant and once Smith.
Yeah. And yeah, that was fun. I mean, it's kind of weird how they took that franchise and they broke it. Okay, this is for very young kids. This one's for everybody, and this other one over here on the right, this one's for adults only. I still remember like watching, I think it was the second episode, where this alien creature invades a young girl's body. She goes to this dance disco place and has sex with somebody in the men's room. And I'm like, this is on TV. They're showing. I mean, this is what's this is what's on British broadcast television. No wonder
Jack was not gay. He just went after anything.
He was pan. He was pan, yeah, and
totally pansexual. He'd flirt with robots,
yeah, and bug women.
And see, they did it in such a way where it wasn't like no one cared.
Yeah,
like, it was a big joke. He'd say hello, and the doctor would be like, "Stop it, we don't got time." And it was a running gag.
That bug chick was cute though.
Chantho,
yes. Yeah, Chantho.
Yeah,
Chantho.
Yeah. Can you say something without saying Chan in front of it and Tho at the end? Well, that would be rude, though. It's like,
and then finally, no.
Yeah, she giggles. Yeah,
and that's where we had the Master come back.
Yep. Yeah,
that was a good episode.
That was when they really built that one up well. And then when Derek Jacobi transforms from the bumbling professor into the Master, it's a great. I mean. Derek Jacobi's considered, even in America, is one of the better actors out there right now from his body of work. And quite frankly, putting him on a show like Doctor Who is kind of like swatting a fly with a bazooka. But he added so much gravitas to that scene, and then when he's evil now, and he's just hamming it up like Dracula. It was awesome.
How they retconned Derek's master into being the War Master. Because they have audio adventures with him too, and he is the War Master.
Yeah.
One of the great things they did in the Russell era is just the continuity they do. Mm-hmm. Like having the watch in that episode and the Master being like, why don't I ever look at this watch? And calling back to when the Doctor had to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the same season or a season before, but they really did a good job of doing the Easter eggs.
Yeah, the whole concept of the perception filter was one that I really liked. It was like, okay, it costs too much energy to actually make something invisible, so we got this device that just makes people not notice it. It tricks their brains and their memories and stuff like that. It can run on a Duracell battery. It doesn't require a reactor to power. I thought that was great. It
makes me think of did you read The Hitchhiker Guide to this?
It's somebody else's problem field. Yeah, that's very similar.
Some of the best episodes of Classic Who was written by Terry Nation.
Yeah. The and of course the perception filter works until it doesn't. The Master, of course, could see through the perception filter, and
Now this is a stupid thing too. I've heard about this new Master. He was able to disguise himself as one of those German guys from World War II,
okay,
using a perception filter. Perception filter didn't work that way, though. Perception filter just made you kind of unseen unless you brought forth yourself to be shown.
Yeah. It was like that room in Amy Pond's house that she had no idea was there.
That was great.
Yeah, I love that. But it doesn't create something for you. It's like the slightly psychic paper does. It makes itself look like whatever you suggest it's supposed to look like an ID or something like that. But the perception filter I always thought was something different. It was more of a stealth device.
Yeah, but this is how they explained that the Master was getting around pretending to be one of these was because he had a perception, and that makes no sense at all.
Yeah, they need to say, if they said it was a modified perception filter, I could buy it. But if they just said perception filter, I'm like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
And
that's one of the problems it seems like STD, New Who, they're all facing right now. They want to do something, but they don't know how to actually make the show do it. So finally they just say, screw it, we're doing it anyway. And everyone's like, well, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Well, the worst thing you could do if you were looking for to create a new Star Trek series, the worst choice you could make would be doing a prequel. After Voyager had ended, if somebody came to me and said, we need a proposal for a new Star Trek series, the last thing I would have offered was a prequel, because you're just creating so much more work for yourself and analysis of what's happened before and things of that nature. If they said, well, it has to be a prequel because that's what people want these days, because the Star Wars, ever since the Star Wars prequels, we've been inundated with prequels. Prequel mania is running wild. I said, well, okay, I would have picked the 78-year gap between Spock and Kirk and Encounter at Farpoint, because that era is one that we don't know a lot about. There was the Enterprise C got destroyed, 22 years before Encounter at Farpoint, and so for 22 years, what was the flagship? It wasn't the Enterprise, because there wasn't an Enterprise there. It would be neat to find out if there, in that gap, if there was another ship that took on the role of, Starfleet's flagship or whatnot. I just think that would have been the way to go, because you already got the uniforms in storage.
Well, if they were going to do a prequel anyway, they could have done the gap between the whole either B or C Enterprise.
Yeah, they could have done that, except we already know the fate of the C. We don't know the fate of the B, but yesterday's Enterprise had already aired at that point. So here's the thing: we used to call this the Superboy syndrome in comic books. Back in the glory days of DC Comics, the worst assignment somebody could get was considered to be the Superboy comic, because let's say you wrote a Dynamite episode and you had a issue and you had a cover that had Superboy seemingly dying from kryptonite poisoning. Well, somebody who comes and looks at that cover is going to immediately see this other comic to the right of it called Superman, and they're like, okay, well, obviously he survives to become Superman, so you wouldn't necessarily want to set a show on the Enterprise C because we already know how that ship dies. The Stargazer wouldn't be any good either because we already know the fate of that ship, and you can't put it in any legitimate peril because we know it's going to have to survive, to meet up with the other shows. Mm-hmm. The best thing to do would have been to create a ship nobody'd ever heard of and do it that way.
And it would have fit well with the culture at the time because anything in that time period, you could have touched a lot on like the Klingon war that was going on, or you could have touched on maybe some Romulan stuff, and so it would have been a high paced. It would have been action, war in the background. It would have fit exactly what the culture was looking for.
Yeah, the Cardassian border wars were the only conflict we know about for sure that took place in the 78-year gap between TOS or the movies rather the TMP era movies and Encounter at Farpoint. And we do know, though, because of dialogue from the episode The Neutral Zone in TNG, that the Romulans pretty much disappeared from, they became reclusive during that period as well, because when they show up at the end of season 1, it's like, oh, we haven't heard from the Romulans in X number of years. And then later on, they retconned that anyway by saying that the Enterprise C was destroyed by Romulans at Narendra 3. So, okay, that's definitely some conflict there, But the idea that they were lying low for many years. So, the Cardassian border wars are one of those things that I always thought was an allegory for Vietnam. It was the only conflict that the Federation had been involved in that we know about in that period so far. And it was a Vietnam-like war where it mostly took place on planets and not between ships. But Picard once said that he engaged several Cardassian ships with the Stargazer, and
Miles had all the experience.
Yeah, and Miles was the hero of Setlik 3, which is an interesting thing because here's this guy who actually this enlisted guy who actually has a title, and that was fascinating stuff. But I don't know that the Cardassian border wars are something you really want to base a series or even a mini series on because it's some conflicts don't need to be fleshed out on screen. I think they serve their purpose if they're mentioned or if they're mentioned only in flashback. It's kind of like the
Not
Clone
you,
Wars.
Chief Engineer Miles, O'Brien Miles.
Yeah,
he's over here claiming I'm a hero.
Yeah. I have a part 1 of a video about Chief O'Brien, and I'm collecting materials to do the part 2, and it basically part 2 is mostly just a review of the episode The Wounded, which is one of my favorite episodes, in which The Wounded was a season 3 episode that introduced the Cardassians. It was the first episode that had sent Chief O'Brien as a central figure, and it also, I think, was the first episode that featured a Nebula-class ship, the Phoenix. And I like it a lot because it reminds me of, thematically, it reminds me a lot of Heart of Darkness, the book that became Apocalypse Now. Where Maxwell went kind of crazy with the fact that the Federation didn't consider itself a military anymore, and he could definitely see that the Cardassians were arming and preparing for incursions and things like that, and he wanted to stop it, but the brass wouldn't let him, and Picard's sent in to eliminate his command. I thought that was a great moment, and the end of that episode is very much like the end of First Blood, where Colonel Troutman goes in to talk Rambo down and get him to stop and surrender, and O'Brien goes to Maxwell and talks him down in a similar but more TNG sort of way. Very subdued. But
Mr. Miles, we already know how the Krogan Kurdistan war ends out. 7 days to die. We've made that canon last night.
We did. So, Darren, let me ask you this. As someone who clearly you like the comic book scene. It seems like you have a lot of history in it. And Anti-Trekker was talking you up just for you not to know any of the Howard the Duck stuff, but I'll let that slide.
Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah.
I have a couple books of collections of the Golden and Silver Age comics, like Green Lantern and Superman.
Yeah.
I was reading a Spider-Man comic I bought for my 3-year-old the other day, and it was Ghost Spider, Spider-Man, and then Miles Spider-Man. And one of the things I noticed is that the artwork is kind of crappy in these new comics. At one point, they had Ghost Spider do a kick, and her leg is literally 1.5 to 2 times longer than it should have been in the frame.
Right. Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out. It doesn't seem like all the older stuff seems like it was good quality artwork. People threw a punch and it looked realistic. And I came down on I got into the Japanese comic book scene, the Japanese, Chinese, Korean sort of stuff.
Yeah.
More than the American stuff until pretty recently.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the modern Japanese stuff, it's more in line with our golden age of comics than our own comics today are. And I was wondering if you kind of knew what had happened there.
Yeah, it's sad, particularly in Marvel's case. What happened in 2004, 2006 when Disney bought Marvel? Marvel ceased at that point basically in being a company that thrived on its own sales. It became essentially an R&D division of Disney. Basically, they exist now just to maintain the trademarks for all the characters that they own. So they're gonna print comics just to be able to print comics. They get a budget every year from Disney to maintain those IPs, and that's what's causing them to thrive now. They're not really a business in the same sense they were back when they were owned by Cadence or Toy Biz or New World. Around that same time, a group of talent from outside of Marvel Comics kind of took over, led mostly by Brian Michael Bendis, and they mapped out 10 years worth of stories. And when that 10 years was up, they completely left that, they left Marvel. Marvel was then left without any real talent because they basically ran everything to the ground. And then when that talent left Marvel, Marvel didn't have any way of replenishing that talent. And a lot of the best artists were retired now. And so what they ended up doing was starting to, basically look for like these Tumblr artists, people that did comic strips online that in their spare time, and they would basically, offer them peanuts. I mean, it used to be that you made a decent living if you got to work for Marvel Comics, even if you were on a mid-level title. If you got a gig, you were earning enough to make a living. Now, I mean, Again, there's no reason for them to be making a living if you're drawing a Marvel comic, because most of their comics don't even hit 20,000 copies anymore a month. I mean, back when I was a kid, Thor, back in 1982, its head was on the chopping block because it was selling under 1 million copies a month. That was the threshold. And then when I got into the comics industry, Marvel said basically if you're not selling more than 50,000 copies, you're on the block. Now X-Men titles are selling 15,000 copies a month, and that's where they're at right now. And it's because of mismanagement. It's because they hire people. You get okay. Do you know who Heather Antos is?
No, I don't keep up with names.
Okay. Well, Heather Antos was hired as an editor at Marvel Comics a few years ago, and she was controversial because she started, hiring these kind of artists, and she was really trying to turn Marvel into a girl brand.
Okay.
And what she did was once she was hired, she did what a lot of people do in publishing. She hired her best buds from college. They were all a bunch of college friends of hers who knew nothing about comics, and they posted a picture online. This is called the milkshake incident. She published the
beginning of Comicsgate.
Yes, the beginning of Comicsgate. Yes,
yeah,
where she posted on Twitter just a picture of her and her editor friends they were going out for milkshakes in New York City, and they're all posing with milkshake straws in their mouths. And she put it on Twitter, and everybody's like, okay, no wonder we're not enjoying Marvel Comics anymore. Look at their editors. They used to be nerds like us. Now these are the girls that used to make fun of us in high school. And now they're in charge of our pastime, our hobby. And it just everything got set on fire. It sort of kicked off, like you said, Comicsgate. And it was an observation. This is why, I think we understand now why Marvel Comics isn't doing very well. Look who's calling the shots. These are obviously not comic book fans. And people, editors like Heather Antos were hired mostly, it's believed, due to incompetence. And then from there, it degenerated into the SJW thing because they thought that was the best way to create buzz and controversy and get people to buy books. Well, that has been proven again and again not to work. Back in the late 90s, 99, Wonder Woman got a new writer, and he famously said in an interview in Wizard Magazine, our Wonder Woman is going to piss you off. Unsurprisingly, copies of Wonder Woman didn't sell because nobody wants to be pissed off. So, it was like he was shooting for this political angle, and Marvel isn't. It's a shadow of a shadow of what it used to be right now. And if you're going to buy any Marvel comics, it should be the stuff that was published in the mid '90s or earlier.
I think Mr. Miles was asking a question about that.
Okay,
let's scroll back.
Let me grab that.
Let's see. The 90s had outstanding for comic. It's after that one.
I wasn't even born in the 80s, until the mid 80s. Oh, Ensign Ricky. Okay, that's not it. Let's see.
Darn it.
You might have to repeat your statement there. Pretty please, Mr. Miles. Fear me, we're not going to fear you.
Maybe I was misunderstanding something of the question, but I thought someone was asking about the 90s, how you felt about the 90s Marvel. And then I see this one comment from Miles saying the 90s had outstanding. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Miles. Darren, how do you feel about the 90s era of Marvel?
Well, it was interesting time because in the early 90s, all the best talent at Marvel quit and started a company called Image Comics, which sort of dragged the whole industry kicking and screaming into a new era, where and that caused a lot of Marvel to change their policies and things. But that was the era, the decade of the big events. So you'd be reading your comic, like for example, I read The Incredible Hulk religiously back then. It was especially during the Peter David run, and the Hulk would be going along with his storyline, and all of a sudden the next issue come out and he's out in space for no reason. And it's because he's participating in this stupid crossover event. Infinity, blanket or something, and all this, and they'd have to say, okay, in order to figure out how the Hulk got here, you've got to read last month's issue of Ghost Rider, and then also last month's issue of the Fantastic Four, and then that month's issue of Infinity Blanket. I'm just making up that title, and then it comes to here, and it was one of these things that they did to try to get you to read more titles. And if all you were interested in is following the adventures of one character, every once in a while it was a real inconvenience and a real drag. But generally speaking, 90s comics were pretty good. I prefer 80s comics a little bit better, late 80s, from about 1985. Actually, Marvel from 1982 to 1990 was great. DC didn't start getting good for me until 1986, because that's when the Crisis had ended and they began the rebooted universe, and that was a great time to get in on the ground floor. They retold Superman's origin in a modern, to the modern audience, and they, Batman Year One by Frank Miller had come out at that point, and that was for a long time the definitive origin of modern Batman. Wonder Woman had also gotten the same treatment. And so they were really trying to make DC Comics a lot more like Marvel back then. And they even hired Marvel talent. John Byrne was one of the big talents that they hired to revamp Superman, and he made so many great changes to the character that made him he's still Superman, but he was capable of being defeated by other characters in the universe for the first time. Like, Lobo was a great example. Lobo was this guy who could came out. Yes, the main man.
Yes.
and he was actually able to. I mean, Superman had to work for that victory, whereas before all he had to do was basically flick his finger in your face and you'd get knocked out. And guys, and then villains like Darkseid, for example, were amped up to the point where it was strongly suggested they were actually more powerful than Superman, and and that made the character more exciting. But 90s comics, I think the definitive watershed comics of the 90s, if you look at the decade as a whole, were both illustrated by Alex Ross. Marvels was the first one, which is about the history of the Marvel Universe as told through the eyes of a photojournalist, and a series over on the DC side called Kingdom Come, which was set in the future. But they were both fully painted comics painted by Alex Ross, who had cut his teeth doing religious calendars and things like that and rock albums. Oh, here we go. Ensign Ricky.
Hey, Ensign Ricky.
What's up? Can you hear me?
He's in his vehicle.
Yeah, I'm at work.
Are you an Uber driver?
No, dude, I deliver for Papa John's. I've been with Papa John's for 25 years.
Okay, cool.
That'd actually be really cool to do a live stream as a
Hello,
Uber driver.
GLO.
And have like random people in the back.
Well, I mean, I've done live streams, especially when I was with Aaron Eisenberg and Sarah Lofton, because I'm a Patreon supporter of the Seventh Rule, and every month we get to talk to Aaron, and like half the people will be driving like in their cars, and like we'd be talking to Aaron Eisenberg and just chilling with The Rock and shit. They were fucking awesome to hang out with. Definitely cool group.
Cool.
Hey, GLM, how you doing?
We've been waiting for you.
So, Darren, talking about how Marvel was trying to do you need to read this comic and this comic and this comic and this comic.
Yeah.
I feel like the Arrowverse is doing that exact same thing now, where for Crisis of Infinite Earth, or whatever the name of the series they did this past time, you had to watch like 5 or 6 different shows.
Yeah, see, there's a right way and a wrong way to do a shared universe. Comics have been doing shared universes forever. Before the 90s, before Secret Wars 2, which was Marvel's second, it was a sequel to their Maxi series. Secret Wars 2 was the first time they ever had a miniseries running, but then it also would continue spin off into the other titles. In order to get the big picture, you had to read all of them. You had to read basically every Marvel comic that they put out that in that 6-month period. Before that, they did the shared universe thing by just having guest stars. I mean, every once in a while, like the first comic book I ever got was Incredible Hulk Annual number 8, and it featured a character from another comic book called Alpha Flight, called Sasquatch, and it was 2 monsters, the Hulk fighting Sasquatch, right? And that was how they did it. They just had, a special event where, hey, this issue of the Hulk, Thor's going to show up and they're going to fight, and it's going to be a draw like it always is, but it's going to be awesome. That was how they did it. They didn't. If you were reading the Thor comic, you didn't have to read the Hulk comic. Mm-hmm. You might want to, though, because it's there and you can see Thor fighting the Hulk on the cover, but it wouldn't interfere with whatever was going on in the Thor comic. They actually kept the editors kept track of the continuity. They actually would have a character's continuity like on a chalkboard or a marker board, and they'd say, okay, he can fight the Hulk in between this story and that story, and so we'll have to put a little editor's note stating, okay, this story takes place between Thor 337 and Thor 338, so that you keep track of it. But now they just they treat it like one big series that you have to jump around, and and I don't like that, because sometimes you have different writers and different artists that have different styles, and the Batman will look up Batman will have, for example, his costume with the yellow oval around the bat symbol on his chest. Yeah, but then it'll leap, the story will continue in another comic drawn by somebody else, and he won't have the oval. And so there's little continuity problems there, and those things have always bothered me.
And that's something that the animated series had a problem with, of Batman back in like the 90s,
Yeah.
They had different animation studios, and there were quite a few costume changes that were intentional.
The first couple seasons of the Bruce Timm Paul Dini animated series, he had the oval, but then they in the third season they decided to revamp the look of all the characters, and the new look Batman was more like the Batman that you have in that picture behind you, where there's no oval. And so when it went into syndication, they played the episodes out of order. Yeah, Batman looks he's got a blue and gray costume in one episode, like with the oval, and the next one he's got the black and gray with no yellow, and everybody's more angular.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of those older cartoons, my kid was addicted when he was little to the fucking 60s Spider-Man, and God, is it bad. It is so bad. I've watched every episode with him, and I mean, like some of the villains they bring on there, dude, like that don't even exist in the Spider-Man universe. Like, I mean, oh, it is so bad, dude. It's worse. It was worse than the Electric Company, if you guys can remember the Electric Company.
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
Junction, what's your function?
Yeah. Where
Hey,
are you?
you guys?
Yeah. Where are you coming from, Spider-Man? Nobody knows who you are. Yeah,
Or like that fucking like the blank animation, like they throw a web and it'd be just like it would flash. It was like all hand drawn in and shit. Like what the fuck?
Cartoons like those old Spider-Man cartoons by Ralph Bakshi and the Super Friends were designed for very little kids. It wasn't until in the 80s we started getting a little bit more mature cartoons like G.I. Joe and Transformers that were all based
when it all turned.
Yeah, toy lines. That and it's funny too because when you read about how that happened, the Reagan administration actually relaxed restrictions at the FTC and FCC, and that allowed toy companies to create cartoons. They weren't allowed to do that before. And so Hasbro went to Marvel and said, look, we've got these two robot toy lines that we've just licensed from a company in Japan, Dioclone and Headmasters. What can you do with these designs? Can you create a concept for us to help sell action figures? And I mean, Marvel is basically the creator of Transformers.
All right, hold on. I gotta give out a son of a bitch. Because Nightbreeze donated $5. Now it's up to $18.
I mean, if you watch the Netflix series, The Toys That Made Us, there's a lot of great info in there.
I have not.
Oh, it's amazing, dude. I mean, they go down, they break down He-Man, the Transformers, everybody, even the WWE, and how they were poised to sell toys, and what they were basically. I mean, cartoons were there to sell toys, basically.
Yeah, but here's the thing: because they were selling a product, those cartoons were better written and better animated than anything that had come before. Because the more successful they were, the more money they had to spend on, quality writers. You had Chuck Dixon. Famously, when they made the Transformers movie and they killed off Optimus Prime.
Yeah,
Chuck Dixon says we had no idea how beloved that character was until we started getting angry letters from parents saying, I drove my kid home from that movie and he cried the whole way there. And,
Oh, it was crazy. I remember going to see it in the theater. And I remember when Bumblebee swear, dude, the whole theater was like, yeah! Like the whole theater, dude, was like, yeah! And we're like, oh, it was awesome, dude. It was totally fucking awesome.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I just found a loophole. Nightbreeze did not mark his donation for the unicorn outfit. So I'm not sure if I should count that towards that. If you all think I should count it, put a 1 in chat. If you think I shouldn't, put a 2 in chat.
Yeah, there was this whole analysis about why kids liked Optimus Prime, and finally they brought in like an outside psychologist who said, guys, the character is red, white, and blue, and he sounds like John Wayne. That's when Peter Cullen
comes in circles. I mean, those are Gregory Peck, John Wayne. Those are the dudes that taught our grandparents how to be men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, those dudes are very heavily influenced, like how you were and you act as a man back in those days. So I mean, yeah, I could see that because it's like even when I look at my grandfather, you could tell just like, man, he's got that fucking John Wayneism. Fucking Gregory Peck, fucking be a man type shit. Even Kirk's got it. You know what I'm saying? That fucking machismo. I guess you would call it.
But literally, when Peter Cullen was working on the voice of Optimus Prime, that's what he was doing. He was doing a John Wayne impression. Even with the bad puns they did. So, for example, Optimus Prime would come around the corner and go, "Stick it in neutral, Megatron," and it's these awful puns that what they were trying to say, but they couldn't say it, so they did dad jokes basically.
Or even did you see did you ever read any of the old Star Trek comics, like the ones not made in America, like the
gold key ones or different ones?
The ones that came around in the 70s.
No, I don't think I've seen those.
Oh, they're fucking amazing. I mean, they're hilarious because none of the kind of news is right, because like when the IP was sold it came out way later in Europe.
Yeah.
So
okay.
they started making comics and shit way before it came out, so no one had a concept of what these people were. By the time, I mean, they have like the Enterprise like blowing smoke. They have like what Chekhov had some line like "Golly gee, aliens, Captain Kirk," and the people, it's like complete difference because they had no idea what to base it on because they haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
And so I mean, they're fucking wild, dude. I had read some, and fucking I was like, this is unreal. And then someone made Spock Kirk love story comics, like yeah. So I mean,
well, the Gold Key comics, because they were done before a lot of people saw the series, and so when they showed the Enterprise going to warp, they actually showed like flames coming out of the back of the nacelles, like those were rocket thrusters or something,
Yeah, someone came in. I said the one guy that came in and he took it over and like corrected everything and shit. But I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit that happened back then.
Funny story. When I went to college my freshman year, I went to this little school down in Iowa, and we had a couple of Russian foreign exchange students there. And apparently, Star Trek had Paramount had lent or given. They had a relationship with the Ministry of Information over at Russia, so they gave them copies of the Star Trek series and the high quality sort of tapes that you would use for broadcasting.
Yeah,
and the idea was that they would have this license to play Star Trek in Russia for like 4 years, and then they would get the tapes back. Well, when these Russian students watched Star Trek on our local affiliate. We had Next Generation, and after that we had, the original Star Trek series. They started watching it, and in the commercial break, they turned to us and they go, "Captain Kirk?" And we go, "Yeah, it's Captain Kirk." And they go, "Captain Kirk?" And they go, "Yeah. In Soviet Union, captain's name is Chekhov." and what we found out was that the Russians had taken these episodes of Star Trek and completely revamped them. The Klingons were now American capitalists, and Uhura didn't even have a name. She was called the ship's secretary.
The ship's secretary.
Wow.
Yeah, and stuff like that. And the plots were altered to fit and everything. Well, anyway, the story that I heard then was that after the 4 years were up, Paramount sent requests to the Ministry of Information. We need those tapes back. And they didn't hear back from them. They kept sending messages. And finally, they got a very curt communication from the Ministry of Information in Russia saying, Star Trek is the property of the Soviet or the Russian people. The tape, those, we're not,
Russian people.
we don't know what you're talking about with your tapes. So basically they never got the tapes back.
That's funny though.
That does make me laugh. It's like communism, equality for everyone.
Yeah.
Except women.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't want to.
Russia, you can't be gay in Russia. You can't wear lingerie in Russia. I mean, Russia's got a lot of fucked up laws, man.
Well, they trust me. They do have lingerie in Russia, but it's only in certain places.
Yes.
And to go back in the chat a little bit, Mr. Miles, I remember Gargoyles with Jonathan Frakes. Which interesting thing, talking about how the fact that the FCC backed off a little bit on the toys being able to be sold, and that kind of improved the animation quality.
Yeah.
It was DuckTales that took it a step further. That never before had a animation studio put so much money into a cartoon as Disney did with the original run of DuckTales.
Yeah.
They kind
It was a great show. Then Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers was just
Yep.
as good.
Yep.
And then Tailspin. I mean, they went all in.
Gummy
But,
Bears and
Oh yeah, dude, that was good shit though. And it's fun. I played a DuckTales theme on piano. If I could learn how to play that years ago. But yeah, I said like if you guys get a chance, check out the toys that made us. That's on Netflix, dude. They break down every toy line. It's like I think during 3 seasons, there's like maybe 12 or so episodes, but each one does He-Man, Transformers, WWE, and what they went through and. The dudes, they actually speak to the dudes that sold all these toys and like where they are now. So they actually dug up these people that these executive people that did these transitions. So it's pretty awesome because they do break down everything that fucking happened, especially with the WWE and like the Transformers and G.I. Joe. But there's an episode for every toy, and it's so fucking awesome. I can't wait for season 4. But they've already broke them. Yeah, the toys that made us.
It sounds very good. I'll check that out. I actually dropped Netflix about 2 years ago, but I kind of want to see The Witcher, so I might subscribe for a month and binge it, and then
Yeah, definitely, dude. I mean, if you get a chance, definitely check that shit out. Or if you can find it, I don't know if it's only Netflix. It might be something else too. But the toys that made us, it's really good. I mean, I've watched the whole thing, and I even watched the Barbie one. But it's really interesting how they're like. Guys, cartoons were there to sell toys. That's pretty much what they were there for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then as soon as the Clinton administration took over, they put those restrictions back, but they gave waivers to ones that were already in existence, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, for example. They and the Power Rangers. But it's like one of the things we got right after. And I don't want to badmouth the Clinton administration or anything, but this is just what happened.
Yeah, one of my cousins actually does the art for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic.
Yeah.
So Frank Bosco, but he's he's one of the illustrators that does all the stuff. So it's pretty cool. I can see a lot of the turtle stuff.
What we got instead at that point was Captain Planet and the Planeteers.
oh gosh.
And I can remember when that first episode debuted in primetime television, and a lot of people don't remember this, but for the pilot only, Captain Planet was voiced by Tom Cruise.
Oh wow.
And then subsequent re-airings of it, they used the regular voice actor. But I remember it being advertised as like All-Star, and then Captain Planet had listed Tom Cruise as the voice, but it was only because they couldn't afford him for the whole series, so they only had him for that one broadcast of the pilot episode.
I don't know.
Okay, Josh Street. I have not heard of Mazinger Z versus Transformers. I don't know what Mazinger Z is, but yeah. Speaking of Captain Planet, though, have you guys seen Don Cheadle's Captain Planet?
Oh, it's great. It's fucking amazing. Oh god.
Yeah, Don Cheadle, the War Machine. He plays
Your
Captain
Tree.
Planet.
Your
Tree. Yeah, I think it's on College Humor, if I recall correctly.
It's funny because I watch like some of the weird stuff like the Epic Rap Battles History because there's a lot of good knowledge in it.
Yeah.
And they've got like Weird Al to do some. They've got Key and Peele to do some. They get all these fucking famous people to do their own little skits on it. And it's awesome.
Yeah, the only one I've liked that I've seen so far though is J.R.R. Tolkien versus George R.R. Martin. Because and that actually got me interested in the life of J.R.R. Tolkien when I saw that, because they're comparing their life experiences.
Oh yeah, I mean, like there's one where they break down every Russian czar. I mean, it's crazy, and they all come out, and then fucking at the very end, fucking Putin comes out with no shirt on, and he just starts rapping and shit. And I was like, oh man, this is fucking great. But yeah, they really dig. They go into like the fact that Stalin fucking imprisoned his kid. I mean, like all the crazy shit that happened, you know what I'm saying? But they do really dig deep in it.
No nepotism there.
Yeah, the one that Weird Al, I think Weird Al was Sir Isaac Newton versus, I forgot who he was, Einstein, I think it was. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, but Weird Al did Isaac Newton. He just fucking laid it out, dude. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the production value of Epic Rap Battles. I mean, they must get the money, So.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, they get the people to do it. That's for fucking sure. I mean, these people probably ain't cheap, because how do you hire Weird Al for a fucking video? You know what I'm saying? Like, Al, I got a proposal for you. You know what I mean? Or even Key and Peele, they have their own show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
To get them to come down and I mean, they have to be obviously know someone, or it's got to be produced probably by them. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? on the
they
inside.
they probably get some sort of back end cut, but otherwise, I can also see guys like Key and Peele just doing it for fun too.
Absolutely. I think it's a side
Yeah.
project. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, it's been going for, they've got fucking like 4 seasons or some shit. I mean, there's a lot of them. But some of the older ones are good. Mr. T versus Mr. Rogers was good. Yeah,
Mr. T.
yeah, Mr. T versus Mr. Rogers.
Did you ever see the Mr. T where he's saying about respect your mother? Ain't got no other, just one mother. So true to
I
right.
remember when he was in the WWE and when he went to like WWE. I mean, but I remember watching out all the seasons of 18 too when I was little. So I mean, you know, I'm like until they got the the 5th member that no one ever talks about in the fucking later seasons.
Well, I remember I remember Mr. T's show where he was the coach of a gymnastics team that solved mysteries.
I do. I think it was like
the Saturday morning cartoon, Mr. T.
Yes, it was a Saturday morning cartoon, and it came. Oh my god, that shit's hilarious!
And the dog had a mohawk.
And then the WWE had a cartoon too.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan's Rock and Wrestling.
So the thing that pissed me off back then, it's like I remember watching certain shit when I was little, catching it at an off time in a different channel where you can never ever fucking watch it again because you didn't have the technology back then. So it was like I remember the original Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. I fucking loved it. I watched 5 episodes.
Oh yeah.
And then I couldn't find it anymore. It just disappeared. The original Dragon Quest cartoon, they did it in levels. Each episode was like levels. So it's like level 1, level 2, and then fucking epic. Very good show. Never could catch it again. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just like now I could just like.
Yeah.
Okay. There it is. Yeah.
A few years ago, I saw the entire Dungeons and Dragons series on DVD as a $20 box set at Best Buy. So I impulse grabbed it. I'm like, I haven't seen these cartoons. I haven't seen these cartoons since I was really little. And I watched the first episode and I could barely get through it. I'm like, wow, my brain was different back then. Yes, this is really cool,
Yes.
but this is the fastest moving thing in the world. This is
I
for
call it
short
the Dark
attention
Crystal
span.
effect.
Yeah, and
the reason why I call it the Dark Crystal effect is because when I was like 4 or 5 years old and I seen the Dark Crystal, I was like, this is the most fucking amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. And then when I watched it when I was 14, I was like, what the fuck was I thinking?
yeah, exactly. It's like I finished the first episode and I'm watching the end credits of Dungeons and Dragons, and I feel this in this incredible sadness. I'm like, why am I feeling sad? Oh, I remember now. It's because on CBS, Dungeons and Dragons was the last cartoon on Saturday morning before they cut to like some baseball game or something.
Oh,
So when you heard that music, your Saturday morning was officially over.
Yeah.
And because back then that's the only time you ever really got a lot of cartoons.
Seriously, I remember it was like Muppet Babies. It was like fucking.
Yeah.
All of that fucking shit. Yeah. DuckTales, Hanna-Barbera with all their shit, Hong Kong Phooey. I mean, we had so much shit, dude. I mean, so much shit came out then. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the Hanna-Barbera poster, that was our childhood. Like,
well,
Hanna-Barbera
did about 80% of the cartoons in the United States.
Oh yes,
they were huge.
Yes.
A lot of people don't know this. They had divisions. I mean,
they were huge.
Ruby Spears was a tiny, tiny little slice of the pie. I mean, not only did Hanna-Barbera do the Flintstones and all that kind of stuff, they also did Super Friends. They also did, they did everything. And except for, and then in the mid '80s, that's when Sunbow kind of got in there, and Filmation also did
came in.
Stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but even if you look at some of the Filmation stuff, I mean, it's all right.
Oh.
I mean, but you can tell the cartoons took a very serious leap in the '80s. I mean, with the addition of like G.I. Joe and Transformers and GoBots and
you know the story about Filmation's library, don't you?
I know they did Star Trek.
There's a reason why you do not see any Blu-rays or even DVDs for the most part of Filmation cartoons. There's no collected editions, and here's why. They had those original cartoons on film, and they converted them. They made put them all on videotape. Well, then somebody decided, well, we've got them on videotape. We don't need all this film anymore, and they chucked it.
Oh gosh.
And so that means so all they have is 480p at best definitions of their old Tarzan, their old He-Man, all that stuff. And of course, they've spent a lot of money to try to massage that image, but because they can't go back to the film and re-digitize the film, there's no high definition library of Filmation because somebody there was very short-sighted.
Fucked it up. Yep. Fucking fucked it all up.
Yep.
But that's crazy. It's some of the fucking stories you pick up from fucking the shit from behind all the shit we grew up with. I don't know. I remember Saturday mornings were like precious, dude. Like absolutely fucking like I was fucking up, ready to fucking go, watching cartoon after fucking cartoon. That was the shit. Captain N. Remember fucking Captain N? Fucking that was the shit. Nintendo fucking was the height. I remember getting my Nintendo in 1985, dude. Like I was like second or third grade. Fucking and Captain N came out and you get to like watch him fucking run around with fucking Kid Icarus and all sorts of fucking weird shit. It was cool. The Mario Brother cartoon, the Zelda cartoon was fucking amazing.
Yep, I remember.
No, not Zelda.
Yeah, Zelda came out on Fridays only though. It's like they did Super Mario Brothers throughout the whole week, but on Friday when I got out of school, I remember fucking specifically being there for Zelda, and then Beavis and Butthead became life after that.
It's funny too because the more mature cartoons, the slightly more mature cartoons for the slightly older children were always on after school. That's when the Hasbro
Ren and Stimpy.
Well,
fucking,
that was MTV, but I'm talking about like G.I. Joe and Transformers were. Because here in Wisconsin we watched kids would turn on WGN out of Chicago.
Yeah, I'm in Chicago. I was born and raised in Chicago, so I watched WGN my whole life.
I remember, for example, when the Incredible Hulk TV series with Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno left CBS when it was done, WGN bought the syndication rights, and they actually had Lou Ferrigno in green body paint running through the city of Chicago for the promo. And and the promo ended with Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk standing next to that famous fountain in Chicago,
Buckingham Fountain.
And then he turns to the camera, smiles and waves, and we thought that was the freakiest thing ever because he didn't have all the full makeup on. He just had.
Well, it's funny because I have a lot of friends from Wisconsin, and actually my cousin lives there now. She's up there with her husband, but and my sister's had friends in Wisconsin. She go up there. I remember when beepers first came out, right? When we all had fucking beepers. Like everybody in Chicago had a fucking beeper, but like as soon as she went to Wisconsin with the beeper, like they were like, "Do you sell drugs?"
That is serious. That was seriously an attitude up here. I remember people at work. It was about 2003. And they're like, "Darren, where's your cell phone?" I'm like, "I don't have a cell phone. I'm not a drug dealer." And they would just look at me like, "Where are you getting that from?" But that was the sentiment.
It was crazy though. It was like she's like, they all think I'm a drug dealer because I have a beeper. I was like, are you serious? Wow, that's fucking crazy.
You're either a doctor or a drug dealer. I mean, or maybe a lawyer, an attorney, or something. But yeah.
No, we're just fib tabs.
Yeah. But yeah, the Filmation was, I thought, of all the animation companies that did cartoons in the 70s and 80s, they were probably the least quality because they used a lot of the same footage over and over again. Like
absolutely, but that that helped on production too. I mean, they were the fastest. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
they cranked them out, dude.
Yeah, you had to be fast back then. You couldn't, they would also rotoscope.
But that's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason why Filmation was so good is because they could turn it out fast. And faster than anybody else at that moment.
Yep.
But
Hasbro utilized Marvel Productions and another company called Sunbow, and they animated their shows over in Japan, and it had that look to it. It was almost like that's one of the reasons why I think G.I. Joe and Transformers looked better than the cartoons the rest of the cartoons out there was because they had that a little bit of that Japan animation feel to
Voltron.
them.
We get Voltron.
Yeah, Voltron. Yeah.
That's about as Japanese animation as it gets. You know what I'm saying?
Or before that, Gotcha Man and Voltus 5.
Spectrum Man. Before Ultraman, there was Spectrum Man.
Yep.
But so the whole thing is like Japan picks up our culture, but like 10 years later. And this is like for everything. It's like when heavy metal was fucking great here in the 80s, like early 90s, like the rise and fucking fall of heavy metal, like the 2000s, they're all like, fucking heavy metal, let's do this shit. I mean, like,
Yeah.
and that's really how it was. I mean, seriously, I mean, it's like, I look at bands like Mr. Big, okay, like came here, one hit song, all right, fucking, they hit a song with one good radio, they fucking tank here. They moved to Japan, right? They hit the wave, like right when it was going out, because it was like late 90s, the ballad metal had come into play, and hair fucking was on the way out. So Mr. Big fucking, jumped ship to Japan, and they became like a huge, gigantic fucking successful rock band. I mean, they made fucking lots of money over there.
Yep.
And it's crazy because of the culture flip. It's like, literally, we're like, culturally, we're like 10 years ahead of them. And then like, they like see what we like, and they slowly adapt what we like.
Yeah.
So it's kind of...
It's prevalent in their Godzilla movies. Every Godzilla movie that came out in the 90s and into the early O's, you could tell was a belated homage, let's call it, of something. Like they had, I think it was Godzilla versus Destroya. It was basically aliens. They had like Marines that had the same equipment, that radar equipment and stuff like that. Movement, that thing. You had in Godzilla Final Wars, you had actors that looked like they were rejects from the Matrix. You had a guy, a Japanese actor that looked a lot like some sort of full-blooded Japanese version of Keanu Reeves. Oh, we lose him?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, well, he'll be back.
He went poof.
But yeah, the Filmation library story just breaks the heart. It's like you wonder, you assume that on a professional level that mistakes like that don't happen. That's the kind of mistake you would make in your kitchen. Oh, I threw away the wrong thing. But
or George Lucas. Oh, I lost the original. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah. I tell you, George Lucas. I used to hate that guy. I mean, I remember when Phantom Menace came out in the theater, and I was like, okay, DVD players were a thing by then. And he puts it out on VHS, a high-priced VHS. It was only available in a VHS edition that had like a keychain and a bunch of other stuff. And so he was selling the whole thing for like $50. And he said, this is the only home video version of the Phantom Menace we're going to put out until we can put out all 6 films together in a one box set. I'm like, okay, well, I'll get it. 2 weeks after that product came out, they announced it would be there on DVD in the fall in a much better format. DVD was at the time the better of the two formats. And I was just like, okay, fool me once, dude. It's not going to happen again. So, but I've never been much of a Star Wars fan, but I like the Phantom Menace. I like the pod race. I thought that was kind of cool. That's the only part I like about the movie, really. I mean, the Darth Maul fight is pretty good, I guess, too. But yeah, I'm always been more of a Star Trek guy than a Star Wars guy. So, DJ still with us?
I'm here.
Yeah, he's just being a good host, letting us chit chat.
That was very nice of him.
Just kick back and let you guys talk. The less I talk, the less money comes in, the less I'll have to wear that stupid freaking unicorn outfit.
Okay, who have we got now here? What is that?
No, I just got flowing back. My fucking phone just totally just went AWOL.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually going to bow out here and jump on with Cinnabon and Wes. They are valiantly braving what's left of the Turtestan and Krogan world.
The Turtestan and Krogan.
So thanks for letting me jump on again.
Thanks.
I'll catch you guys later.
Over. If I get off soon, I might jump in there and try to battle away too.
All right.
I've been spending a lot of time on Divinity too. I don't know.
Mr. Miles, you're correct in terms of dots per square inch. That VHS was capable of DVD quality, but only within the first couple of viewings. Tracking was a big issue with VHS back then. You didn't have to do any tracking.
There's still people out there that are rocking CRT. You kidding me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there's still people out there with turntables. There's still there's people out there, and I can kind of see where they're coming from. They said that the sound quality from a vinyl record album is superior to a CD, even though, or an MP3, even though, yes, you will get the pops and the the little artifacts from the needle.
Well, I mean, they say the same argument with music with analog versus digital. And you know what? It's like I have similar experiences with both. I don't know. I mean, like they're both fine to me. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's come to the point where digital is just as good as analog. So I mean, it's like if it's a digital, great. If it's an analog, great. I don't care.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Go
My
ahead.
local Walmart is selling vinyl records now.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, yeah, they're back on the rise, man. It's a big thing.
Here's their argument. You know, when you listen to an MP3, one of the things they do to keep the data level down, you know, because if you just ripped a song off of a CD,
They lower the bit rate.
They lower the bit rate, but they also the human hearing range is 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz.
Correct.
You don't actively hear with your ears anything above or below that, but there's other organs in your body that do. And so when you cut out that portion, it doesn't, and you compare like a song that's done that way versus one off of an LP, it feels different because
it's like vibration memory, I guess you can call that.
Exactly. Yeah. It's something like that.
I could see that because it's like it's versus me playing an acoustic guitar versus an electric guitar.
Right.
Like an acoustic guitar, I can feel it through my whole body, what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's next to me. As where electric guitar, it's more like I can kind of feel it, but I'm just more relying on what's behind me coming out. You know what I'm saying? Not like feeling getting lost in the actual sound coming out at me, not getting lost in the sound that is me. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird to explain. But I could totally see that because I mean there's complete different. That's why I play acoustic most of the time because it's like the vibrations go through your body and you kind of harmonize with it. You know, I mean it's just easy. Yeah.
Here's another more practical example. The alarm system on a submarine. It broadcasts on the 7 hertz frequency. Now, the reason why it does that is because the human nervous system also broadcasts on the 7 hertz frequency. So when they sound like for example the fire alarm, if you are in your rack, you know, in your bed on board, and you've got headphones in, and you are cranking up, you know whatever, Metallica or whatever, even if you can't hear the alarm, you feel it in the back of your neck.
Yeah,
and so that's, because they obviously, we want you to understand that there's an alarm going off. And so even if you're not able, even a deaf person would know that the alarm is going off because they can feel it in other parts, in other parts of their nervous system. And so, I mean, that's a practical example of what I'm talking about. That ultra low,
makes complete sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Ultra low freak. Yeah.
I've never really thought too much into it, but I mean, it does make complete sense. Yeah. I mean, just even playing versus, like I said, like playing any acoustic versus electric, even piano. Piano's the same way. You play an acoustic piano, it gives you a complete different feeling as when you're playing an electric piano. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
as where the sound's being produced from behind you or away from you, but you're not directly producing the sound yourself. It's being output to somewhere else. As where like an acoustic piano, that shit is fuck. You're surrounded in it. I mean, there's nowhere for it to go. So I mean, you become you harmonize it through your whole body. So I mean, there's different feelings when you play different ways. But I could totally, I could see that absolutely be an agreeable thing. I mean, like I could, even from personal experience, I guess.
Yeah, it's sound is one of those weird things. It's people think sound is all about your ears, but no, there's other parts of your body that react to sounds and vibrations, and that's where the analog idea comes from. It's interesting too because I remember when I was in high school. You guys remember music stores, right? Like Camelot and Music Land. Okay. Yeah. Well, the kids today don't know what that. The kids today don't know what that is. Yeah. But anyway.
Did you ever go to Rolling Stone Records?
Did not. They didn't have those around when I was growing up, but in this part of the country. But my high school English teacher, who of course was a former flower power gal in the 60s, and she came to school one day and it was talking to me in a study hall and said, she goes, my husband and I went to Musicland and they don't have record albums there anymore. And I said, yeah, everything's kind of going to CD and tapes now. And she says, we walked around Musicland and finally we had to ask someone, where are your record albums? And they looked at us and said, we don't carry them anymore. And she said that made her feel so old. But
well, I mean, like don't know. See, a lot of people have a bigger problem connecting to technology. It's like, but I mean, like I've seen some people that are way above it. Like my grandmother, who's 80 basically, like she picked up technology late in her life, and like probably around 67, she started fucking around with computers and shit. And now she's like a fucking pro, dude. I mean, she could fucking do most of fucking anything she wants on a computer. My mom, however, is just fucking computer dumb, like stupid. She's like the other day, it says my operating system is being not supported anymore by Microsoft. I was like, yeah, Mom, Microsoft.
What are you running there? Windows 4.1? I mean,
but she's got like this old touch computer that she had from like 15 years ago, right? This thing is fucking on its last limb. I'm like, it's time to get a new, but I like this one. There's a lot of things I like too, but they get old and you have to move on.
There was a sci-fi writer named Harlan Ellison that I talked
to. He was great. I love Harlan Ellison.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple times on the phone, and one of the things that I mentioned, I'm having trouble getting distracted. And he goes, "What do you use to write with?" And I said, "Well, my computer." He says, "Buy a typewriter, buy a manual typewriter, and put yourself in a room where there's nothing but you and that typewriter and a light." And he says, "You'll be fine." And I have a manual typewriter that uses the strips and everything. And when I'm trying to write and I know I got to get something done, but my computer does so many other things like play games and go on YouTube and stuff. Yeah. I'll go to another, a little community room in my condominium with that typewriter and just that, and I'll hammer it out. And then I bring it back up to my home office and I scan the pages into my scanner and get them into the word processor that way. But for the actual, bashing it out, I sometimes go to an analog typewriter, and it feels great because the thing is powered by you hitting the keys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but a lot of writers were like that. They fucking love it. I mean, like Gene L. Kuhn, fucking Harlan Ellison, fucking Theodore Sturgeon. I mean, all those dudes. I mean, those fucking dudes were like the godfathers, basically, of sci-fi fucking writing. Yeah. I mean, those guys pretty much influenced a lot, and some of them they wrote Star Trek episodes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like they wrote other episodes of sci-fi too. You know what I mean? Like, but they were all, I think, beyond their time. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, and even though I mean the big thing about Harlan is they said he was the hothead. He was the one that he's the one that loved conflict. He was the one that always jumped on it.
The first time I ever talked to Harlan Ellison, he called me up and chewed me out, and it was because I sent him an unsolicited manuscript because a friend of mine who was a sculptor at the time, and Harlan was a patron of his, said I said, well, hey, I had this story, and I'm like, I wonder what he would think of it. He goes, why don't you just send it to him? I'm like, well, that's not really what we're supposed to do here. We're not supposed to send manuscripts to each other. And he goes, I'm telling you, let him do it. So finally, I just, the allure of finding out what Harlan Ellison would think of my manuscript got the better of me, and I sent it. And a week later, I get this very angry phone call from him. Wow. And because he's telling me all the legal things he has to do now to prove that he didn't read it. I said, Harlan, take the box that it came in and throw it in your fireplace. Just don't read it. And he goes, well, how do I know that you're not, that if I accidentally come up with something that's like what you wrote, how do I know you're not going to sue me? I'm like, I'm not going to sue you, Harlan. It's like, I wouldn't know the first thing on how to anyway. And, and I basically I had to talk him down for about a half an hour.
Oh, wow.
And I said, and then what happened was, about a year later, I wrote this other story that turned out to be vaguely reminiscent in some areas with a story that he had written many years ago called Soldier, which has been the cause of a lot of people have ripped it off. James Cameron ripped it off. So did Bill Mantlo over in Marvel Comics. And so I sent him a letter. I said, I wrote this thing that when I reread it, and it reminds me a little bit of your story Soldier. And he goes, and I said, what do you want me to do about it? And because I'm afraid to shop it around. And he calls me and says, and this was a night and day difference from the first time he called me, because I basically showed reverence to him.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Kid, don't worry about it. You have my blessing. Try to
Oh,
sell
wow.
it. Try to get as much money as you can for it." And he was just, and
I mean, like, because that's the big thing that everybody says about him. It was like he was the hothead. He was the one that was in the conflict. He's the one that jumped on the grenade. So I mean, like, you got to respect that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you do. I mean, like, everybody has their own way. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody was, accepting as Gene Alcoon or as strange as Theodore Sturgeon or as crazy as Harlan Ellison.
Well, Harlan Ellison had a college he didn't finish college. He had a creative writing professor that told him he had no talent or something, and so every single thing he ever got published, he sent that college professor a copy of out of spite. And for years he spent the money on the postage to do that. And so this is a guy that had lots of anger, resentment towards a lot of people. But one of my favorite stories is Bill Mantlo is the creator of Rocket Raccoon, and he was the writer of the Incredible Hulk during the late 70s, early 80s. And he wrote a story called The Hero and the Hulk, where he basically ripped off the concept of Soldier from the Harlan Ellison short story, which, by the way, had been an episode of The Outer Limits as well. With so some people were familiar, and he turns in this story, and
Mr. Miles, I've noticed. That's why I put the question up.
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh.
Mr. Miles is wondering who here knows why the keyboard is laid out the way it is.
I think how I found out, the YouTube channel has a video on that. It came out last week. There were two competing formats, QWERTY and a different one, and QWERTY just won. But yeah, but so Jim Shooter is the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics at the time, and he remembers, he basically, the day that hit the stands, that Hulk comic, he's about to leave for work, and he gets a call from Roger Stern, who's this editor who was working, I believe, at DC at the time, but they were still friends, and he goes, "Are you nuts? That story rips off Harlan Ellison." And so Shooter is, as he's coming to work that day at New York, he's kind of putting on his mental helmet here, kind of prepared for the shit show that's about to happen. And as soon as he walked into his office, his secretary told him that Harlan Ellison was on the phone. And of course, Harlan Ellison says, "You ripped me off." And and according to Jim Shooter, he had to let him rant for about 20 minutes. And then when he was all exhausted from ranting, Jim Shooter said, I just found out about this. Harlan, what can we do for you?" And when Harlan realized that they weren't going to fight him over it, and they wanted to know what he wanted. Well, Harlan could become very reasonable if you showed him that kind of respect. He basically said, "Okay, this is what I want. I want to get the same amount of money you paid Bill Mantlo for that story," which wasn't anything they couldn't do. And then he goes, "I want a message to go in the next issue of the Hulk that says that was based off of my story, and I want a lifetime subscription to everything you publish from now on." And Shooter's like, "Done," because Harlan could have got millions out of the company if he wanted to, with the right lawyer, which he knew. And so once they said, "You know what, I have no idea why you did this, but I just found out about it. I'm sorry. Here's the what do you want?" And then he was totally reasonable at that point, because you satisfied his emotions. Okay, it sounds like Ensign Ricky's muted himself, so. Well, thank you, Tiki Adum. I just wish I knew what I was a pro of.
I guess it'd be better if I talked with the mic unmuted.
Yeah, mine's on mute right now. I don't want to hear the sound of the oven in the background.
Yeah, it's interesting. The QWERTY keyboard has, like, if you're left-handed, you actually, the more of the keys that you use are used with the left hand than on the right hand on a QWERTY keyboard. I mean, I basically use all 5 of my fingers or 4 of my fingers with my left hand, but I hunt and peck with my right hand because I never need to, all I really need the right hand for is punctuation usually. So it's, if you ever saw me type, it looks weird. I'm like, one hand is doing it just like a pro typist, and the other one is doing the hunting, pecking thing. It's kind of funny.
Oh, we ran the gambit on things tonight.
Yeah. What is it? Almost midnight where I'm at. Gee whiz.
Yeah, it's almost midnight for me too.
Well, Mr. Miles, I never use the numbers pad on the right-hand side. There's numbers across the top of the QWERTY keyboard that also share with symbols like parentheses and things like that, and that's what I use. When I need a number, I never use my right-hand keypad. I always reach up and use those numbers at the top. In fact, because that's what you have to use on a typewriter, So yeah,
I never use that damn numbers on the right either.
I'm an arrow key player on PC, so I don't use WASD, straight arrow key. So I use everything on the numpad.
Okay, yeah, I still use the WA, whatever the W key, but or I use a mouse and a combination of that. I used to play WoW for a long time, and so that's how
I wasted 7 years on WoW.
Only 7, huh? Wow.
Yep.
Well, it took it. I finally quit more or less last year, but I stuck it out for a little while just to see if they'd improve things in this expansion. But they finally messed it up, and now they're actually having quality control problems. They released a patch that didn't work for the first time ever. They released a patch. And they revamped their auction house, and people are losing gold. And it's not, it's the Blizzard fired a whole bunch of people out of their QA department, their quality assurance department. Those are the people that test the game and stuff. And it's now starting to show. And AAA publishers like Blizzard and Bethesda are just falling all over themselves lately. The quality control is not what it used to be.
I started playing back in Burning Crusades.
I was in pre-release beta and vanilla.
Now they have the vanilla out now again.
Yes, the classic WoW is a thing, and that's actually pretty fun. I actually like that version of the game better than the current version. But when I started playing WoW, it was pre-release beta. The Tauren didn't even have mounts. They had an ability called Plains Running. The Kodo didn't come out until right before launch. So that's
my first character was a damn hunter and happened to carry around all them damn arrows.
I liked the ammo system on the hunter. When they got rid of that, I thought they lost something. But the hunter has always been probably my favorite character type. And although in modern WoW, I do like the monk too for some reason. There's just something charming about it.
After I got away from the hunter, I stuck to being a mage.
Yeah, mage is a good standby character. You don't have to, you just have to worry about not standing in shit while you're firing spells off. But lately I stopped playing that, and I'm more of a casual ESO player now. Elder Scrolls Online. That game has improved by leaps and bounds since I beta tested it 10 years ago or whatever it was, 5 years ago.
I turned into a Fallout 4 junkie, and I was playing that for the longest time, and now I'm playing a little of 7 Days to Die.
I liked Fallout 4. I wasn't. It was the first Fallout game I think I really played seriously, and I think that it reached its fullest flower with the Nuka World expansion, where you got to play a bad guy. I thought that was outstanding.
Oh no, you can get mods now that you can play the entire game as a bad guy if you want.
Yeah, there's mods, but I didn't use story mods back then. I just wanted to play the game as is, and I use mods after I've already played all of the regular Bethesda content. So I didn't start playing with mods until like when I played Skyrim, I had beaten everything in the game. all the achievements, everything, and then I go back and I make myself, then I do the whole, Macho Man, Randy Savage heads on the dragons and things. But I'm real particular about the games I play. I like good character creation and things like that. So that's why I didn't get into the Witcher games, because you have to play as Geralt, and I'm like, well, I want to kind of create my own character. So
The game I miss the most is Metal Gear Solid Online, the original first one. I loved going into that. I knew the maps. I knew how to kill people. It was just fun.
Oh yeah, I think my favorite game. It was the first game I bought when I got out of the Navy. I bought a computer with my Montgomery GI Bill money, and the first game I asked my brother, who had been out, he hadn't been in the military. He was just playing games and stuff. And I said, what's a good game for me to get for my computer? And he's like, Half-Life. I'm like, oh, okay. And yeah, I played Half-Life, and that was the, I mean, today it's weak sauce, but I mean, back then it was really something very innovative. I loved how you didn't have any loading screens. Your game would pause slightly for a few moments, and then you were allowed to continue when it loaded the next area. And the story of the whole, Black Mesa facility was just very, very intriguing to me at all. But yeah, I know what you mean about Warcraft. I mean, when you're with a guild too, there's a lot of peer pressure to keep playing. It's kind of like bowling night. You don't really want to go to bowling night anymore, but you got to do it because your team's depending on you.
Yeah, when I first started playing WoW, I got into a guild, and they were trying to get people to go on the runs.
Mm-hmm.
And I started off total noob going into these dungeons wearing PvP armor.
Yeah.
Because it was the easiest armor to get.
Right. It was the right color, right? It was blues and, but
Blue,
yeah.
purple. It was easy to get.
Yeah.
Or you didn't do shit for damage.
No, all that stuff was designed for fighting other players and stuff. Yeah, and it's just like when you go into a PvP battleground and you see somebody all in or back then where you were all in PvE gear and they were squishy as hell. Now they don't even have PvP gear. You basically, whenever you go into a battleground situation, everybody's normalized.
Yeah, they've dumbed it down way too much.
Yeah,
for people.
Yeah, the jail and Brack is responsible for a lot of those changes. He's the reason why I don't play WoW anymore, for the most part.
And they gave it to where they just gave away everything so easily.
Yeah.
We'll do a daily quest. You might be able to get this armor. Here you go.
Yeah, J. Allen Brack. I don't know if you're aware of who he is. He's the guy who also ruined Star Wars Galaxies, the Star Wars MMO. He comes in and says, well, everybody should be a Jedi, and so, if you're a smuggler character or something, now you can be a Jedi, it's like, and he totally ruined that, for, a lot of players. And, then all of a sudden, like a lot of people, he fails upward and, works for Blizzard and then sets out destroying that MMO by removing all the challenges and dumbing it down. And, and then, of course, recently he famously said, when somebody in a Q&A at BlizzCon asked if there was any possibility that Blizzard would re-release the original game in its original form, J. Allen Brack says, you don't want that. You think you do, but you don't. And he became a meme at that point.
Yep, because people did want it, and people are playing it.
Oh yeah, more people are playing that than more people are playing classic WoW right now than retail WoW, and they really want you to play retail WoW. So much so that now they've got this thing where if you level a character up to level 60 in classic, you get a free character boost over in retail. They really want you to play retail because that's where all the microtransactions are and things.
Yeah, they want you to go in and spend more money to get gold and everything else. And
Yeah, they want what they say. The saying is they want payers, they want payers, not players. And
Well, that's what's happened to fuck. Where'd my mind go? Fallout.
yeah, oh yeah, Fallout 76 is all. What they do is they, and everybody knows about Fallout 76 and how disastrous the launch is and the game has been. But even if all that stuff worked, it's turned off a lot of people because of the atomic shop. And they artificially put in restrictions on your progress, and then if you pay them, they remove the restrictions.
I got Fallout 6 or 76 gave to me for Christmas, and I said, take it back and get me a Steam card. Let me pick my own games. I ain't playing this crap.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand some of it. I mean, the team that actually, quote unquote, made 76 was a B team out of Texas. They used to be a different studio, and ZeniMax bought them and just incorporated them into Bethesda Game Studios, but so they're not technically a real Bethesda team. I mean, if you want to, look at it, but yeah, and you could tell that the people who worked on that game were totally unfamiliar with the bugs, because the same bugs that plagued Fallout 76 were also bugs that first plagued Fallout 4. They used the same engine.
Yeah,
so
and it was the modders that fixed most of the bugs in Fallout 4.
Yeah, the unofficial mods, and then later they came out with patches, by Bethesda for people that don't use mods. But here's a situation where the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. So here, the authentic, Bethesda Game Studios team fixed all those bugs in the engine, but the version that this other team in Texas got still had the bugs in it, and they didn't know anything about them. So they're producing a game, and again, they also rushed the release of the game, and PTR testers were like, this game is nowhere near ready to go on sale, and they didn't. The machine was already moving. They couldn't change the date, and it was just a real sad thing. But then there's all this other stuff that around. I mean, the best thing to watch on YouTube to get an idea of all the problems that happened with Fallout 76 is Internet Historian's video, The Fall of 76. It's about a half an hour long, and or maybe it might be 45 minutes, but it goes through everything. It goes through all the bugs on their pay site, the attitude that Bethesda had towards cheaters and people they suspected of cheating. There was the whole kerfuffle with the duffel bag, where that came with the special edition. It was vinyl instead of canvas. The Nuka Cola Dark rum bottle that turned out to be a plastic bottle that you couldn't pour the rum out of unless because it was not designed to be poured, so it would spill out everything over the table.
Hell, even some of the helmets were being recalled because they had mold in them.
Yeah. Some of them had mold in them, and it was like 4 of them. That wasn't very much, but by that time, any news about Bethesda was put right to the top of everybody's list. And then you had, and there was a lawyer group doing a class action suit to sue them because they released a game that was not playable, on launch. And I mean, the thing that I think Bethesda needs to understand is that the customer base isn't going to put up with this stuff anymore. Putting out games that are so buggy like they tend to be. I mean, my brother, when Skyrim came out, he says, I'm going to buy it, but I'm not going to play it for about a month. And I go, why not? And he goes, because Bethesda games are always buggy, and it takes them about a month or two after the release of a game for it to actually work without crashing. And I'm like, wow, but people put up with that? Well, yeah, they're great games. It's just they're buggy. Well, I think people are starting to say, look, we want the great games and we don't want them to be buggy anymore. And, they're not going to make up excuses anymore for this.
Well, I'm still hanging out with Fallout 4 because there's some modders right now that are working and getting close to being done. They're going to be able to play Fallout New Vegas with the Fallout 4 engine and all the graphics and everything else.
Well, that would be neat. They've been doing that with Elder Scrolls games too. There's a project that's been around forever now called Skywind, which is Morrowind with the Skyrim engine, and it hasn't come out yet, but they've only showed us pieces of it. But yeah, I mean, Bethesda has to really get their handle on their bug situation. They have to make sure that the game works out the gate. They can't just sell the game and then fix it later. You know, people just aren't going to put up with that anymore.
And there's another bunch of modders that are also working on for Fallout 4 to do the Capital Wasteland.
I read about that one. Yeah. With the they're gonna incorporate the new power armor system in the Capital Wasteland for those Brotherhood suits and things. Yeah. Fallout 4 is the first Fallout game I really played. I played a little bit of New Vegas, but I couldn't get into it as much because the graphics were a step backwards from Skyrim. But I liked Fallout 4 a lot. Although I can see why somebody else wouldn't. My brother, for example, big Fallout fan from way back when it was an isometric game. He did not really care for Fallout 76 very much because he thought that he liked it better when your character didn't speak and, you could make up your own backstory for the character, whereas in Fallout 4, you are playing someone who has a child that gets kidnapped and all that stuff. And, so... Yeah.
76 I would play if it was a single person game. I just don't want to have to deal with another game like World of Warcraft.
Yeah, they said that you could play 76 as a single player mode, but I mean, honestly, when it was released, what I'm told is even though the map was 4 times bigger than Fallout 4, there were no NPCs and or quest givers or anything. It was like a totally empty environment.
Well, there's like a handful of NPCs, and I don't even think it's more than 10 that you run into around there, and it's mostly so you can buy and sell crap.
Yeah,
there's only like 10 of them.
Yeah, the reason why I think people put up with the bugs in games like Skyrim and Fallout was because there was story content that they could enjoy. Whereas a game like Fallout 76, where there's very little story content, there was really nothing, then the bugs just become intolerable. It's like when I played Skyrim for the first time, I was really interested in, again, getting to Whiterun and, telling the Jarl that, a dragon had attacked, Helgen or whatever. And, as I approached the gate to Whiterun, my game crashed. And I'm like, okay, not a problem. Reboot. I'm trying to get back into the game so I can follow the story because I was very engaged by it. And so that was how I was able to put up with those bugs. But if you got a game like Fallout 76 where there's really no story content, it's just you in a sandbox with a bunch of other people, and you have these kind of bugs, people just aren't going to put up with it very much. There's no charismatic element of the game that carries you through the bugs and gets you to work past the bugs to play the game.
No, and now there's that new hack that people have been doing where they could steal everything from you just by coming up and saying hello to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's
why I don't like playing them games anymore. I'd just rather play myself and not have to deal with being trolled and shit.
Yeah, again, and I don't want to defend Bethesda too much, but this was their first attempt at any kind of a multiplayer online experience. So I mean, but I mean,
yeah, but their problem was they were trying to use that type of a game using the engine from Fallout 4.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with the engine. It's all the stuff that they glom onto the engine that causes problems. The engine, the core engine of the creation engine from Skyrim and Fallout 4 is fine to me. I like it, but
it's fine for that type of game, but it's not set up to be able to handle a multiplayer.
Right. I mean,
especially when you got 30 or 40 people or 50 on a server.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Elder Scrolls Online. They didn't go with the creation engine. They ZeniMax created their own engine for that game. That's why things look a little bit different. When you're in Skyrim and you look at a giant or a hag raven or something, you can tell it's supposed to be a hag raven or a giant, but it doesn't look quite the same. But it works a lot better. It's like I don't understand if Bethesda wanted to make a multiplayer MMO type game out of Fallout, why didn't they communicate with ZeniMax? ZeniMax has been doing it successfully with ESO for a number of years now. And that's your parent company. It's just I don't know. But one thing I do know is that I don't think Ron Howard quite has the gamer street cred that he once did. I mean, he came out and made all these promises about Fallout 76, talking about how great it is and what you're going to do. Personally, when I heard about Fallout 76, I didn't care. I was like, okay, well, if it's another MMO, and I don't care.
Yeah, as soon as Todd come out and admitted all that stuff, I was like, I don't want to play an MMO. And now they're talking like it's going to be maybe 8 years before another Fallout game comes out.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they got Starfield that's supposed to come out. I think either announced or come out this year, and I'm actually kind of interested to see what they're doing with that. That's another RPG.
Good night, T-Bird.
Oh, yep. Good night, T-Bird. That's another RPG, single-player RPG franchise that's brand new, and it deals with outer space. So I'm kind of interested in seeing that. But I'm the most interested in Elder Scrolls 6.
Starfield.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I've been waiting for Starfield for fucking years now, since they fucking talked about that shit 4 years ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything of it though, so I don't know what
they're
it looks
gonna
like.
announce it this year. Supposedly, that's the buzz. That it's gonna be released this year. So I mean, because they're right now ZeniMax is ramping up the propaganda, and they're hiring all these people. And usually, when they do that, a big release is about to happen, and they stay completely tight-lipped about it until they present it. But it's going to be at E3. So it's definitely we're definitely gonna get Starfield at E3, and then probably the actual name of Elder Scrolls 6, which probably is gonna be Hammerfell. I'm assuming that's what everybody thinks. But I don't know. I fucking love Fallout. I love Elder Scrolls. I love fucking Starfield. But I will tell you what, 76 is a fucking steaming pile of fucking trash, and so is Elder Scrolls. So is ESO. ESO is a stinking pile of trash as well.
Oh, I like ESO. I didn't like it when it came out because it wasn't enough like an Elder Scrolls game. But now it's like I've been playing it and I have enjoyed what they've done. It's improved by leaps and bounds. They made so many significant changes to that game and how things are done.
Yeah, I mean, I played it at the very early stages because my guild was going to jump over because I'm an EverQuest 2 player, and I played an EverQuest 2 for many years. And some of us jumped to Vanguard, came back. Some of us jumped to Rift. I don't know. It's like we went to it and we're like, man, this fucking sucks. Because, I mean, Terra was out at the same time, and Terra had the same concept. But I think they just fucking Terra just did it better. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to be honest with you, but I have high hopes because the last great game to come out, I mean, if you look at the Outer Worlds, which is a fantastic game, it's fucking phenomenal. I played through like 3 or 4 times. I played this game through because there's just so much shit to it. But it's got a lot of Firefly and Futurama references. So I mean, it's definitely got that Firefly vibe to it. But it's made by the people who made Fallout 3, Obsidian. That when ZeniMax hired them to do it. So I mean, they did a fucking fantastic job, dude. And even though it's kind of like washed down, and there's a lot of shit I wish that was in the game that would be commonplace in today's RPGs. But I mean, for what it is, it's a fucking amazing game. And
Hail Supreme Heretic is in the chat.
But I mean, I'm looking forward about it. The Outer Worlds was fucking phenomenal, and I hope they do improve on it with the sequel or whatnot. But as far as I'm waiting for Starfield, man. I hope it's fucking going to be everything they said it is.
and I'm hoping Bethesda can redeem itself after 76 and all. I mean, it wasn't just the game. The problem with 76, it wasn't just the game that was a problem. It was everything around the game, every promotion, every
cash grab.
Every cash grab around it.
Mike said,
well, they did that with their mobile app too. So I mean, the mobile app became a cash grab too. Legends or whatever, Blades or something like that. Fucking on the mobile, I guess took off really well, and then it became a cash grab, and then people started not playing it because they didn't want to fucking pay money, and then they stopped the cash grab, and people came back and started playing it.
Like Violent brings up,
Fallout do the same thing. But Fallout 6 or Fallout 5, I cannot wait. I mean, but that's going to be far in the future. But Bethesda should stick with what they're fucking good at. Big ass single player fucking MMOs. I mean, leave the shooters to fucking Epic and fucking 2K. You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? Rage? Did anybody even play Rage? Who the fuck cares about Rage? Doom Eternal? I don't know. I didn't play the first couple Dooms to even fucking compare it, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I want to address Valmike's statement here. Yeah, I agree that the lore stuff for 76 did seem interesting. Setting it in Appalachia, West Virginia, with all of the missile silo bases that are there in real life, plus cryptids like the Mothman and running with that. A lot of neat ideas. It's just that it was an empty world.
Well, I mean, their team, their fucking history team that goes out like for Fallout and shit, it's fucking phenomenal, dude. Yeah. I mean, you can look at the artistry. You can look at, I mean, there's people that done the comparisons of the monuments from real life to Fallout life. You know what I'm saying? And the monuments are fucking spot the fuck on. I mean, even things are where they're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like Bar Harbor, Maine. You know, I mean, but it's spot on. They actually went to Bar Harbor, Maine, took a survey of the land, talked to the inhabitants, you know what I'm saying? Like, and got a general idea of what the place was before they made a game about it. So, I mean, their history team's really good. So, I mean, I have no problem. But even their lore with the Elder Scrolls, the lore goes so fucking deep, dude. I mean, it's like the Daedric princes, Adric princes, fucking the gods. I mean, the fucking famous figures, I mean, what time periods these fucking things happen in. I mean, the wiki is fucking ridiculous. You can sit there for hours and read it all. And it's like, but I give it to their teams, man. Their history. I mean, their team is great. I mean, I hope that continues. I mean, especially with Starfield.
The name that I had heard that they had trademarked for Elder Scrolls 6 was called Redfall, which which is obviously suggestive of Hammerfell and Redguard. So it wouldn't surprise me though, because I don't think Hammerfell is really big enough compared to like Skyrim, for example. So it would not surprise me if they combined High Rock and
Well, see, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be fucking totally, because I mean, Morrowind kind of got a little out of bounds, but I mean, Oblivion was all Cyrodiil. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I hope so. I mean, because Skyrim was a pretty decent sized map, but as far as like High Rock and Hammerfell and that whole area up there, I mean, I really do hope they fucking span it. But Redfall would make sense.
I'm bringing Supreme Heretic up here because he knows a hell of a lot about gaming too.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised fucking in the least. You know what I'm saying? If they would do something like that, they need to do something. Yeah. And I hope fucking Elder Scrolls 6 is as epic as it's fucking supposed to be. I mean, because there's a lot of myth that I want the Dwemer. All right. Give me fucking the Dwemer back. The Dwemer just appear out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, having the Dwemer return would be a big deal. That would be as big as the dragons coming back.
Welcome absolutely. To the panel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because they leave such little history on that. If you don't play Morrowind, if you don't play Morrowind, you get very little history even through Skyrim and Oblivion about the Dwemer or the Aelids. Either or. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's the big mystery is, I mean, have them come back. Like the fucking place they got sent them back or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be fucking 100% fucking on board, dude. I mean, like,
you know what I want though in the next Fallout game though from Bethesda is
Chicago.
Here's what I would actually like. I would like the entire game, or at least the entire main quest, to take place before the bombs fell. And your character is the one that actually starts the war.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
See, I think like your factions would be Robco and Poseidon Energy and the
Nuka-Cola company.
The factions would be the evil corporations and because I mean, based on the terminals and the things that they say in the terminals, things got really violent in their society right before the bombs fell.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Nuka-Cola had their own armored division. Yeah, I mean, they had like armor, like power armor and shit. They made a contract with the fucking government and shit. Nuka-Cola, that's crazy. You didn't even think about it. You're like, Nuka-Cola?
But there was like, if you remember in Fallout 4, if you ever go into Cambridge Polymer Labs, that building, there was a terminal that said that employees have to wear their security badges because the sentry turrets will scan your badge. If you don't have your badge, they'll fire on you. So it's like, oh shit, don't forget your badge. It's and
Yeah.
it's so I mean that kind of crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, dude, there's a lot of shit in Fallout 4, man. I mean, like the pink slime and the pink ghouls for the kids that ate the fucking pink shit. They started putting the pink shit in the kids' lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, military programs teaming up with schools to put vaults in the fucking school. I mean, like, it's fucking crazy, dude. I mean, like, there's a lot of wicked shit that went on. And fucking, I mean, Vault-Tec was probably a huge fucking, I think Vault-Tec started it, to be honest with you. I mean, like,
well, Vile Mike says the aliens started. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Josh
let's
Street.
get, we got Supreme up here. Let's get a
Sorry
word
about
from
that.
him and see what he thinks of all this.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just think they have to first win back a lot of trust, because after the abomination and all the trust lost with 76, if they better make another single player Fallout game. They almost have to, because they have a whole lot of trust to win back from the fan base, because Bethesda has eroded just about all of it.
Yeah, one game and all the things surrounding that game have totally destroyed their gamer cred. Absolutely.
Oh,
They don't just need one success now. They need 2 in a row. They need Starfield to blow people away, and they need Elder Scrolls 6 to do the same thing. And yeah, that's what they have to do now.
Yeah, they absolutely have to crank out a few good games.
well, I mean, Starfield's going to be hopefully the beginning of that. So, I mean, I have a lot of hope for the game. I mean, I hope it's good as everything it says it is, because the Outer Worlds was phenomenal, even for a small produced game. But I hope they took a few pointers. I hope they improved the engine, because that's the big thing with all the fucking Bethesda games is the engine is so old. I used the same engine for 76 and it fucking fell apart.
All right, so I have a burning question though for Ensign Ricky, because I want to know. So, are you the same like Ensign Ricky that's been playing STO for years and years and years?
No, dude, I don't play Star Trek Online. I did for a long time. A long time ago, I did. Yeah. No.
Okay.
I played EverQuest 2, Rift. Fucking Warhammer Online was great.
Okay, because there was a guy I know that runs around with the Ensign Ricky character, and I wondered if it was the same person.
No, if it's an MMO and it's got PvP in it, that's where usually you'll find me.
Yeah.
But I play a lot of FPS too. I mean, I usually have 1 FPS and 1 MMO at a time, and I've been playing Counter-Strike since it came out. I've been playing Battlefield since it came out. So I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, Overwatch, I guess, would be my shooter right now. I've spent a lot of time with Overwatch.
I would still like say that I'll mess around with Siege here and there, because I like Siege to a large degree, Rainbow Six Siege. But if I'm being honest, my last favorite shooter was Halo 3. So when I bought the Master Chief Collection for PC just to get my hands on Halo 3, and when they dropped that, I mean, I am going to go apeshit reliving my
Well, that's how people felt from Modern Warfare 2, but I never really got into COD because I'm a sniper, and I came from Counter-Strike sniping, you know what I'm saying, which is a complete different game than COD sniping. I don't know, even Battlefield sniping is fucking on point, you know what I'm saying? Even the shitty Battlefield 2 sniping was on point. But it's like you move to something like COD, it's like you can't even keep the scope straight. It's like you're fucking aiming into the wall half the time and shit. You're like, dude, what the fuck kind of trash is this? But I mean, COD is more arcadey to me, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like I can't shoot this dude behind a wall, but like in Battlefield, I can just pull out a rocket and take him and his team out. You know what I'm saying? Like in the building, it just crumbles on them. You know.
Okay, I'm gonna take off, guys. It's past my bedtime, so I'll talk to you again soon.
Take care, Darren.
Yeah.
Take care. Thank you.
Nice talking with you.
But yeah, as far as like easier shooters nowadays, I would say fucking Overwatch has got a little something for everybody. If you like hit scan, if you like projectile, if you don't want to aim at all, you know what I'm saying? Like, Overwatch has got something for you, man. And I think why it's so addictive. It's just because it's like, you know, if you don't want to fucking shoot, you can just fucking, there's a lot of lock-on characters. So, I mean.
Yeah, before I met, Odyssey, and kind of before I came over to YouTube, Like I was a Twitch guy. I was Twitch streaming all the time, and I normally like fluctuated between playing DVD, Rainbow Six Siege, and I would play different games here and there, but it was mostly those. But
Yeah.
see, my biggest thing was like, dude, I haven't really truly fell in love with the shooter since back in the old like Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3, like Black Arrow back on the Xbox.
I would say the last shooter I seriously fell in love with was Battlefield 4.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
that was the last. That was the last great fucking game that I spent hours and hours and hours flying helicopters and fucking driving tanks and just fucking laying waste to fucking everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like at one point I was like the highest kill count sniper in the world on PC for like 6 months. But
yeah, dude, like
I loved it. I mean, that's the last big game that I fucking loved. And the rest of Battlefields, like Battlefield 1 and 5, it just feels a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have the same shit. Even CSGO compared to like Source and 1.6. And I guess CSGO is kind of like a mix between Source and 1.6 a little bit. But it still feels a little off to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, see, like back in the day when I was playing Rainbow Six 3 and Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow, dude, we didn't have like the internet was like basically still a brand new thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And clan matches, you had to like go on. I mean, that was back in the glory days of like.
Oh yeah, I remember playing in clan matches, dude, and scrims and all sorts of shit.
Game battles and.
Yeah, I mean, like even in Counter-Strike Source, there was a fucking problem getting everybody connected at the same time, get them to the right server, get them in the code. You know what I'm saying? They're doing the weapons checks to make sure no one's fucking cheating. Blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was a lot involved, dude. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you wanted to do it like competitively and shit.
Oh yeah, and I mean that was back then when there was like a ton of just good clans and there was no esports. It was just good competition.
Oh yeah, I mean they still made money. I mean the Counter-Strike team was a team of 5 and the Battlefield team was a team of 10. Yeah. But the prize was $1 million. But you figure 100, fucking it's $200,000 a person in Counter-Strike, or it's $100,000 a person in Battlefield. But I mean, still, I mean, it's crazy. Some of those 10-man matches in Battlefield, when you only have 10 per side, and you have all these vehicles to choose from, strategies get crazy, dude. I mean, like it gets nuts, dude. I mean, you're like, holy fuck.
All right, we got 2 questions here. One from Mr. Miles: does Mass Effect count as a shooter?
The what?
That's a shooter hybrid RPG. That's a looter shooter, basically.
A Borderlands type shit.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect. Yeah, it's RPG more or less.
Yeah.
And then the second question was for Ricky: do you go to LAN parties too?
LAN, I used to back in the day. We used to fucking take our computers and fucking group them up, dude. Hang people from the ceiling. Shit, we did all that shit. Yeah, that was fun.
We used to go to Xbox LAN parties with Halo 2, Halo 3.
Dude, we had in Chicago, we had a fucking LAN every year called TurkeyCon. And it would be like 200 kids, dude. And we just fucking bring our PCs and swap files and fucking programs and all sorts of shit. It was awesome, dude. But it used to be Thanksgiving every year. And fucking it was just a big LAN party that fucking all us nerds through. But it went on for years and years and years. But LAN, that back then, LAN was a big thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was like I got a PC. We're not console gamers. We, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a little more involved with our shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, like, you take it over to a friend's house and you hook it up, and then fucking networking was wonky back then. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was, it was crazy, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, like playing like Counter-Strike against each other, or not Counter-Strike, but Command and Conquer. 4-player Command and Conquer, 4-player StarCraft against each other. That shit was fucking the dope shit, dude. Back in the day.
Oh yeah. Dude, back on Black Arrow, man, I feel like so happy is thinking back on it now. The clan I had, that I was in charge of, and just the fact that we got to play like a lot of the really good clans, like I mean, a lot of legendary gaming clans that like just have like OG reputations now for being around so long. PMS girls, friggin' NBK, Natural Born Killers. We played, Abandon All Hope. We played them. We played like a ton of. We played the Blacklight from London. So I mean, it was awesome. That was such a good time back then.
Oh, dude, it was fucking amazing times back then. I mean, it was just like, it was like we were like an elite group of just underground. I mean, even now it's like, fuck. I remember growing up like being like a fucking Nintendo nerd. Like 0.2% of women even touched a fucking Nintendo system in my age group. You know what I'm saying? Like, didn't even fucking think about it. But now it's like I look and there's like it's like 50 fucking %. Half girls are fucking gamers and half fucking boys are gamers now. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how fucking times have changed. It's like I look at every female who streams now. I'm like, God damn, where were you when I was fucking 20?
Well, dude, even back in 2002, when playing Black Arrow, like the PMS girls were a huge deal because like people were lining up to play against them because here you had a clan of about 20 fucking chicks that were playing Rainbow Six, and they were not bad players either. They were actually good.
Oh, so some of them girls fucking gamers fucking shred, dude. I mean, especially now, dude. I mean, like they've got girls in the fucking Overwatch League, all sorts of shit, and they're fucking amazing players. I mean, granted, they're Korean. You know what I'm saying? But, like they're predominantly Korean, but I mean, like it's like that's a way of life over there now. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like, like if you were bad at school, you'd be good at video game. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit. But it's weird how the times have changed. But I mean, it was fun. LAN parties. I had fucking great times. You know what I'm saying? It was even hard to find like a 6-port hub back then. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I mean, like people are like, what are you looking for? Like Best Buy had no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Fry's barely had a fucking idea of what the fuck you were talking about. You know what I mean?
I just want them to bring that old school style shooter back, like that, the old type of Rainbow Six, because I like Siege, but it's all attack and defend. I want something where you have to think tactically, you have to use teamwork. You got to move around the map and actually call out shit and have map control.
Absolutely. I mean, like Overwatch is completely like that, but it's more cartoony.
Yeah,
if you play competitive Overwatch, like that shit is fucking serious. I mean, it is like fucking, you have to have those motherfuckers are great at clicking heads. Put it that way.
I want that thing now where you have to think before you toss the flashbang in, or you have to check your corners, or you have to actually be able to.
Well, I think with the advent of VR, we're probably going to get some more shit like that. So I mean, VR, that's totally almost training. I mean, any training simulation would probably be great as a video game. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know if you're thinking like tactical and guns and shit, but I think VR will probably take off, and that would be fucking amazing in VR. You and a team of dudes.
Because back then, Ricky, the thing was like, if you did a clan match for Rainbow, for example, it was like best of 5 maps, so it could take up to 3 hours. And then
Counter-Strike is 15 fucking 30 fucking sets, dude. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and it's 3 different things, and you have to win each one of them. It's so fucking crazy how it's set up. But I mean, I had so much fun playing Counter-Strike and Counter-Strike Source. I mean, because it was plain and simple, and it was one of the very first games where you could sit there and shit talk anybody in the server you want, as well as fucking spray whatever the fuck you want on the wall, as well as just spam songs if you fucking wanted to. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of fun.
There you go. The new SOCOM game.
But now I look at games today, I'm like, and it's funny because like I said, when consoles started getting their fucking the ability to talk to each other, like PlayStation 3, we were already doing that for fucking 10 years. You know what I'm saying? It's like I've been talking and playing with people for over 10 years now, and the consoles are just now starting to catch up. That's what
I guess now though, for example, like Xbox Live, they actually put in rules where because they are fucking with free speech because there's certain shit that you can't say now and shit like that on there apparently where you'll get an instant ban.
Well, I mean, even
And
like if you look at all the controversy with Overwatch League right now, fucking people are getting banned for saying shit on their Twitch streams. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
because I mean, they're almost guaranteed. All the team members pretty much have their own Twitch, and they always fucking show them practicing against each other. You know, it's a big thing. A lot of people watch it.
sure.
So, but I mean, like, you know, some like fucking, you know, XQC says something or fucking DeFran says something, and then the fucking whole community goes up to fucking fire. I mean, it's crazy, dude. I mean, it's like, holy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these professional players fucking squabbling like fucking bitches and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it gets crazy, dude. They get heated, dude. They get fucking nuts and heated. And it's like, they get in trouble for it and they get banned from Overwatch League, and it's a big deal. And then the league unbans them so they can come back and play under some circumstance. I mean, it's crazy. I think half of it's just a fucking shit show, a political show. You know,
Well,
like,
yeah, I think
people are invested in this. You know?
a lot of it is political, dude, because they go and sit there like, you know, I mean, you could it used to be you could go in like even when I was playing when Siege came out back a few years ago, right? And I still had an Xbox One X, and I could go on there. You could be in an Xbox Live party and you could say whatever the fuck you want. You could say whatever the fuck you wanted to other players, and there wasn't a problem. If somebody didn't like what you had to say, they'd block you. You know, whatever, mute you. And then now the difference is Xbox Live has these standards instituted into it where, you know, if you tell somebody, oh, stop being gay, you know, you say something like that, they can ban you for saying just something like that. I mean, it's like so stupid.
Well, absolutely. I mean, but they said like these people that do it as a profession and shit have to watch everything they say because that can, you know, negatively affect the things. And like I said, I think people pay them to say it, to be honest with you. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes the arguments get so heated. I'm like, this shit can't even be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to think about it because it's like, if you push people's passions hard enough and you get these people talking, people are going to be more invested in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to be like, what are these motherfuckers fighting about? You know what I'm saying? It's going to draw people, you know what I mean? Like, but I think that's the way they do it. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
gaming's like anything else. You know, you get two naturally testosterone filled dudes competing, and you're gonna talk shit. I mean, we all talk shit. We're guys. We know. You know, it's a fun rite of passage. Anybody that has a set of balls and is a goddamn man, you know, it's a fun rite of passage. You know, no matter what you're competing in. I mean, I could be at a bar playing pool with Odyssey, right? But I'm going to talk friendly shit to him. And Odyssey being the guy he is, he's going to come back with some pretty good cracks to fill. And it's all in the friendly vein. But you know, we're going to still be buddies and have a beer at the end of it. But the thing is you know, a lot of these like platforms, streaming services, everything else, I mean, they're just taking all the fun out of it for the sake of what? Political correctness?
Well, they do the
Pretty
political
much.
correctness bullshit because they're bowing down to what they think the majority people want, which it isn't, or they're bowing down to places like China where they're trying to open up markets.
Yeah, so what you're saying, Odyssey, is most of these platforms are run by socialist leftists anyway.
Pretty much.
You know, I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's fucked.
Just look at all them men players that were getting nailed for the Stand with Hong Kong thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. I've done articles on that shit before. You know, and it's sad because, you know, you can't stand up for what's right anymore without catching hell for it. I mean, it's stupid. You know, we used to celebrate people for standing up for what's right. Now you can't.
Well, I think it's slowly swinging back. Totally.
Yeah, I think so too, Odyssey. You know, it's people like us that are using our voice, whether it's in print, whether it's via being a content creator, you know, we're slowly but surely making a difference because, you know, we're not standing for it. And I think that's the biggest key. And we got
I mean,
a
there's
whole
a
lot
lot
of
of people
people.
pushing for change. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the fucking fandom menace, but it's like, I don't understand them. It's like, even with the new Picard, all right, Picard comes out in like 5 days. I had great hopes for it. I think it's going to be great. But it's not even out. And they're like, Picard, the disaster. It's like, what the, dude, it's not even fucking out. You can't even make a judgment on a show, and he's calling it a fucking dumpster fire trash disaster before it's even out. Dude, I mean, I was like, what the fuck?
Well,
I was like, dude,
they're going on that because of the articles that come out where Patrick Stewart's out slamming, saying that this is going to be a counter to Brexit and Trump and shit like that.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget, Ricky. I mean, if you go by something like recent history, like Star Wars or Doctor Who, it doesn't spell a whole lot of fucking good things in store for Picard, especially after the way Discovery's been.
yeah, but I mean, I still have, high hopes for it. I mean, like, I'd still rather see it and make a judgment than fucking be like, this show's going to be trash, bro. I'm sorry. Can't fucking watch it.
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm a journalist, so I'm going to take the objective route. I'm going to watch the show before I make a judgment, because that's the way that I think. But
well, I mean, that should how it should be. You know what I'm saying? You can't like judge something if you don't see it. You know what I'm saying? But they're all over, the prejudgment thing now.
Yeah.
So it's like 2 weeks out, and you're trashing the show now, like you've already seen it because of some news article. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, can you just at least wait till the fucking show's out, and then I don't know. It just makes more sense to me because then they jump everybody, and then fuck what if the show turns out to be good? Then you look like a fucking idiot. I mean,
well, you got to remember too. For a lot of the people in the fandom, the outrage clicks get clicks, and that's just the way it works. And look, I agree with the principles of the Phantom Menace. I mean, I support a number of the Phantom Menace.
I mean, I agree with some of them in there, but I mean, it's like, no, I mean, you get the bigger guys like Nerdrotic and shit like that, or Doomcock. You know what I'm saying? Like, who just instantly are just like, bro, this is gonna be trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you haven't even watched it. You haven't seen it. No one's seen it. And the people who have seen it already, because it's already been screened, said it's phenomenal. So I mean, they're everything. Yeah, I mean, there was a screening last Thursday.
But you got to remember, though, Ricky. I mean, how many instant views does that get somebody like Doomcock? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, he's got a gimmick. Nerdrotic's got the gimmick too. You know what I'm saying? Geeks and gamers, they got their gimmick. So I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah. But I mean, like, it all stems from when those guys got together, and it's just like, okay, you can judge something when it's fucking done and out, but fucking don't judge something if it's fucking not out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I don't know. But the clickbaity shit, man, I'll just, great if it gets some views. But there's a lot of people who are just adamantly, just follow those dudes. 100%. Pretty much from everything they say.
No, that's, things are different for me because I'm that like objective guy in the middle. People are like, "Oh, are you Team Phantom Menace, Team this?" And I'm like, I agree with what the Phantom Menace has to say. I support the YouTubers, I support the people in that, the Phantom Collective, and Comicsgate, people like that. But at the end of the day, I'm a journalist. Okay.
Well, the whole thing comes down to it's like you got to think about it for the fact that it's like,
yeah,
you can put this stuff out there. And, people are going to fucking listen. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just fucking, it strikes me as weird. I just never fucking like the concept of fucking being like prejudging something. Because it's like, like I said, like there's already people who've ever seen Picard. Like they've screened the whole fucking thing last Thursday. and people are coming out saying it's fucking phenomenal. So I mean, like, but to prejudge something and then fucking rely on clickbait numbers. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna do that, fucking fuck it. Start the dumpster fire. But I would feel like an idiot if it came out and everybody fucking loved it.
Yeah, the only team that I'm a member of is Bounding into Comics. At the end of the day, I mean that's it. So, I mean,
I don't disagree with everything they say. They're right about some things, but they're not right about everything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I'm right about everything on this stream, and I just say, watch it yourself and make your own decision.
Exactly
absolutely.
Odyssey. We have to. You should have an objective opinion. Now, if something rightly sucks and it doesn't live up to your expectations, then sure, after you've watched it, come out and blast away.
Boy, that's a lot of work there, Anson Ricky. What are you doing? Dishes now?
Anson Ricky's breaking his house.
I'm washing dishes, trying to get out of here.
I called it.
I'm at work. I'm just chilling.
Nice.
Yeah. This is the slow season, so we're kind of just fucking dead.
Yeah, but I mean that's the way I look at it. I've seen people out there already trashing Halo Infinite before it comes out, and I keep telling people, well, you ain't even played the game, you don't know. Nobody knows what Halo Infinite's going to be yet, but people are like, oh, it's going to suck.
Well, I mean, like in the case of like The Last Jedi, they're absolutely right. They're 100% fucking right. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like, or even Rise of Skywalker, they were kind of right. The movie's going to make money regardless. It's Star Wars. So, I mean, like, but, Star Wars has been on decline since the Rise of the Jedi, and everybody kind of figured already or had lost interest and said, fuck it, I'm just not going to fucking even deal with this shit. You know what I'm saying? And, but it's a story. So, I mean, it's like, the only problem is like, I feel with them is what happens when there's nothing left to hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like when you just run out of fucking topics, like, I mean, they're lucky that the Miss Marvel thing came when it did. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd be still running on Steam from The Last Jedi. I mean, I don't know. It's just like
people trash Final Fantasy X and X too. I enjoyed both of those games.
I like 10 and 10 too. They were good. I was kind of pissed at the end of 10-2 because like I was hoping she'd at least get to see the dude. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, I was just whatever. It was a fun game.
Mr. Miles, chief engineer, Troz made $1 billion, but it's still like it still hasn't done well. I mean, it basically crawled across the finish line.
Well, I mean, they said Rogue One's made more than it so far.
Yeah, Troz is god awful. That's just, and I think a lot of people went and saw it and know that it's shit.
Well, I mean, I can sum it up in like fucking like a couple of words. That's Discovery Season 2.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what Discovery Season 2 was just one big cannon Band-Aid. That's it. The whole fucking season, minus Pike, was like, oh, we fucked up in the first season, but here's the show that we're trying to make it right. You know what I'm saying? What you shouldn't have to do in the show because now we know it's fucking wrong, you idiots. But I mean, like, same with Rise of Skywalker. I mean, they tried to canon Band-Aid a bunch of shit, So I mean, it was.
The worst thing that pissed me off about the Rise of Skywalker was there was no Rise of a Skywalker. They had a fucking Palatine at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story was a Palatine story. They just kind of like shit all over everything that happened before. Like they didn't do that before, but I mean, they re-shit on everything that happened before and hashed it all together and threw as much nostalgia in as they could. But I mean, I'm not saying that Star Wars canon's all that fucking solid either. So I mean, a lot of fucking Star Wars canon was written by fans. Later,
yeah, really and truly. Like Mr. Miles, chief engineer, he says, I loved KOTOR and some of the EU stuff, but not the movies. And Mr. Miles, I agree. I like KOTOR 1 and 2. Those those are classics, and to me, those are more canon to me than some of the Star Wars I've seen, especially the sequel trilogy.
Well, The Force Awakens was actually good. I was actually, like, all right, they're going to go in a new direction. It doesn't look too crazy so far. And then the Last Jedi,
good.
Yeah,
7.
Last Jedi just shit all over it. It was like, nah, brah. Subversion.
Did you, Mr. Miles, have you played KOTOR 2 with the recent content mod? Because that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I love mods, dude. Like, I play Fallout 4 with like 178 mods. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm asking him, because he said he saw it was a butchered story, and you have to play the newest version of KOTOR 2, and it has the restored content mod built in. If you buy it off Steam, it comes like preloaded with the restored.
I got like 165 mods on my Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 170 something mods. But Skyrim, I use about 95 to about 105 mods.
I want to.
But Starfield, I just can't wait. I just hope they don't fucking fuck Creation Club all over the shit.
Hey, Cody, welcome.
Though some of the
mods,
some of the mods I will admit for my Fallout 4 is just to clean up the damn settlement, so I don't have to waste time with it.
Dude, there's mods that are absolutely essential. You know what I'm saying? Like, that you fucking should not roll without.
Well,
patches, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, like the Fallout 4 unofficial patch. Got to have that on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, see, Bethesda is great for letting the community fix their games. So that's why they never really had to do much like fucking patching. It's just because like they can count on their modding community to fix all the fucking shit that's wrong. God, I fucking remember playing Skyrim when it first came out, and I had the Esbern glitch where you go down and you fucking talk to him and he stays on the wall and he doesn't open the door for you and you get fucking stuck forever and you have to reload and keep on doing it until he does let you through the door, and then you have to nudge him in a way for him to continue the fucking conversation. Well, yeah, they fixed that non-official patch for Skyrim, but that was a shitty fucking thing, dude. I was like, come on, dude, are you fucking serious? I'm fucking stuck here. Can't fucking continue, blah, 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 blah. It was just horrible. But, yeah, Bethesda's great at letting the community fix their games. And the community does a great job at fixing the games, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly.
What's Cody up to tonight?
I was going to say I have The Witcher 3 that I want to play, and I haven't touched it yet, but I want to make sure I got to figure out how to install mods for that, because I want the mod that makes Geralt look like Abel, and the one that makes Yennefer look like the actress from the show, and then I want to try to find like the X-rated mods.
Oh, thousands of X-rated mods for Skyrim and shit. That's shit's great. Aiden's Fallout 4. Huge section. But I love some of the character mods make sense though. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it makes your character look better. There's a lot more options at creation.
You want to preview the mods? Just go watch MXR.
But he's got the stuff for The Witcher Odyssey.
I don't know if he's got Witcher up yet, but I know he reviews a hell of a lot of the mods for Skyrim, Fallout 4, all the X-rated stuff.
If you want the good source to go is like Fudge Muppet. Those guys are all over that shit.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Miles, see, the ones I wanted was not those. I wanted the ones that supposedly there's mods that give you like extra options to bang some of the chicks that aren't supposed to be bangable. Those are the ones.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, like, Witcher's got a huge modding community behind it, too. Right now, I'm rocking Divinity Original Sin 2. I've been playing that game.
Nice.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, Kronos has to get X-rated because I have not hit my goal yet. Well, Josh Street knows right where to get the Skyrim and Fallout.
Yeah, it does.
Loverslab.com.
That's a good man right there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to go with Fallout. So, I mean, I hope like they do an Enclave City, maybe. Or
There's a really good Enclave mod for Fallout 4.
oh yeah, I got the Enclave armor and shit. There's a story one I think too, where you can get there's a whole Enclave. Someone made a whole Enclave story.
There's a couple of different mods that involve the Enclave for Fallout 4.
But I use Warson's armor and paint mod. That's the best one I've seen out of all the fucking modifications. Paint the power armor modification mod.
Hell, there's a mod for Fallout 4, Nafsha, the Brotherhood, and they send you out to go with a big dildo bat. I'm watching you, Drew. I can see the reflection in your glasses, so if something pops up, I can see it.
Oh, I ain't doing that.
You're never gonna live that one down, though.
I ain't
Prawn.
Well, there was a stream once that showed some boobs in his reflection.
Yeah, because my glasses are super shiny. Hang on, let me. I'm gonna go look that up for you, Mr. Miles, because I got my Steam open. I'm gonna go to the store page for my KOTOR. Hey, since I know everybody here likes starships and stuff like that, have any of you guys played BSG Deadlock?
No, I haven't.
BSG Deadlock.
BSG Deadlock is like a strategy game. It's pretty fun. It's Battlestar Galactica.
Well, I figured that. So I didn't even know they made a game.
That has a
Supposedly the Expanse made a role playing game you could play.
What?
Yeah, tabletop role playing game. They have a
I thought you'd like they had something they sold on Steam, and I was about to like friggin' jizz my drawers, dude.
Yeah, Expanse has been good. Get some time. There'll probably be a game soon. I'm sure. They'll probably want to capitalize on it. But the Expanse is fucking amazing.
Oh yeah, I know. I love that.
Have you read all the books?
For shame, Ensign Ricky, wearing a White Sox hat. The hell? What the hell? No, it's supposed to be a Cubbies.
Good guys wear black. Sorry. I'm a Southsider.
Oh, it's all right.
You need that north side crap all to yourselves up there.
Yeah, but I'm not up there. I'm west.
Yeah, you're way the fuck out there. We're like Oswego or some shit. Where are you?
Hell, I'm over there by freaking Iowa close.
Oh, no shit. You're on the border?
Yeah, I'm over there by the Quad Cities.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty far out there. I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of family in southern Illinois.
I'm almost due north of Peoria.
Past yeah, I have a lot of friends that live out in like Rockford, fucking Oswego, like way the fuck out there. University.
Oh, fuck, I want to go back and relive Thursday night.
Relive Thursday night.
Well, Thursday night.
I was at a concert and it was a blast.
What'd you go see?
Fab Four.
Where?
Fab Four.
Oh no shit.
It says the group, they're a tribute band to the Beatles.
I kind of figured that.
They are awesome.
What's there's a Journey cover band too. I forgot what it's called. They're fucking phenomenal in Chicago. They always play the casinos. Infinity, I think it is.
I want to hit that Brit Floyd next.
I mean, that was the beautiful thing about living up there was like you can hit fucking every fucking concert you ever fucking want to do.
I'm trying to get the Motley Crue tickets and that, but I don't think I'm going to do it for Wrigley Field.
I haven't seen a show at Wrigley's and fucking so long. Pearl Jam was the last thing I've seen at Wrigley.
I think I'm going to do the Kansas City one because I just don't want to go to fucking Chicago.
Alpine Valley. That's where I go. Fucking loved Alpine Valley.
Because that Motley Crue concert, they're only doing stadiums.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Why not?
So I'm thinking I'd rather go to Kansas City. I could take the train, go straight there, hit the concert, go to
Yeah,
bar.
it'd probably be better to hit the train in if it's fucking that close. Definitely. But,
I don't
yeah, I
want-
mean,
I don't want to hit the train to Chicago because Chicago is so cluster fucked up there.
when you get to Union Station is a cluster. That fucking place is fucking horrid, dude.
I know 'cause they've revamped it all and everything. It's just horrible up
Yeah,
there.
it's even worse now. It sucks.
Yeah,
Go on.
Mr. Miles, chief engineer. Pretty sure if you buy KOTOR 2, you can just if it doesn't already have the restored content mod in it, you can just grab it from Steam Workshop. But I believe,
Yeah, I mean, Steam Workshop's good, but I mean, if I'm gonna do mods, Nexus is the way to go, man.
yeah,
I got a premium membership to Nexus. I get my shit like fucking super fast. Otherwise, they cap your downloads.
Cody, I don't have to worry about that route because the route I take from the train runs from Chicago to Kansas City straight.
That's got to be pretty cheap.
For me, it usually costs probably about $80 for round trip.
What, like Amtrak or fucking?
Yeah. Amtrak.
Yeah, Amtrak has more stories about Amtrak. Fucking subways, fucking shit. Fuck subways. I live in a place where there's no subways anymore.
yeah. So it seems like I never run into you anymore, Odyssey, because I don't go by Rosetta's channel too often.
I don't go there at all anymore. Me and her had a falling out.
Yeah. Same, kind of.
Well, we're not the only ones, so.
Oh, believe me.
Lessons on how to close a pizza place.
Believe me, Odyssey, I've heard stories.
A lot of times I hang out over there at Hanstars on the weekends. He's doing the Name That Tune
Mm-hmm.
because I'm on the next episode coming up.
Well, yeah.
OnStar.
Thing.
I get to defend my championship on Hanstars Name That Tune from.
He's doing all the games, online games, right?
Well, he just does Name That Tune. Once in a while, I'll do the Jackbox game on this one.
Yeah. But yeah, Odyssey, when it I'll fill you in.
Yeah, if you're still here, but when we end the broadcast, we can talk.
The Discord, baby.
All I can say is she's blocked me, so I can never see her if she's in a stream anyway.
Oh, she blocked you?
Oh yeah.
Like, wake up at like 4 a.m. and shit.
I'm not blocked by her, but I have her blocked.
How you doing, Captain MKG? He's out driving the Uber.
Nice.
Mopping. So I could leave this place.
Man, Ricky, I remember the day I've had a couple of goes at working pizza. Man, I know the struggle.
Yeah, pizza's fun, dude. I've been doing it most of my life. Can't say I don't enjoy it. I mean, especially for the money I make.
Yeah, Captain MKG, my condolences, buddy. I was an Uber driver for a couple of years.
Yeah, no, driving in Chicago. I don't drive in Chicago. I manage in Chicago. I don't want to drive in the area I have to manage. Not a good idea. I am not the right color to deliver in the area I have to manage. So
You know the
I'll
thing,
stay in the store.
the thing I could say, Captain MKG, about being an Uber driver, man. I'll tell you what, though, I picked up some interesting fucking passengers in the time that I did Uber. Man, I remember I picked up a car full of like the typical like well-to-do broads, and they're like, if we give you extra money, could you make a stop so we can score some Coke? I'm like, no. Take you where you need to go. Why are you going there?
For real. Hey, can you be like our cocaine ride buddy?
Hey, can
Nothing
you
big.
stop here while I rob a bank?
Yeah, right? Guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes stop. I'm not here. Just
Wait a
leave.
minute. I forgot my mask in the back seat. Let me grab it and I'll be back.
I had
that'd be awesome. No, I used to make a lot of money though driving in. I mean, when I did drive where I was at Racine and Taylor, so I was in Little Italy. Mm-hmm. So anytime they throw like the Cross Winter Classic or any big things, I'd end up driving people, and people would pay me like $20 to drive them like 4 blocks or something to the subway stop or something. It was crazy.
dude.
Like, people were like, oh, the pizza guy. Oh, dude, I'll give you $20 if you could drive us to this fucking place. I'm like, 3 blocks, bet, get in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all over that shit, son.
Yeah,
hop in the car.
I remember, man. I picked up some broads one time that were, they were pretty drunk off their ass. There's a couple of strippers actually getting off work. I picked them up and I dropped them off where they needed to go, and I guess they didn't feel like tipping cash. They were like, well, we ain't really got cash handy to tip you, but we'll give you this. And they fucking just like flashed their titties at me. I'm like, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, like crazy shit. I mean, like, I guess I got used to all the crazy shit happening because it's like, my Papa John's up there is fucking nuts compared to this one, dude. I mean, it's like,
oh, yeah.
So much shit happens there, dude. I mean, it's like, it's so ridiculous. I mean, like, all of us, like, pretty much fucking smoke pot behind the counter. We drink behind the counter. We fucking sit there, smoke blunts in the corner. No one gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's crazy, dude. It's fucking nuts. But out here is a totally different vibe. It's like so much more laid back. As we're there, it's like, I remember one time I was managing and fucking we had this like 3 groups of people, and we're open like 4 in the morning there. So I mean, it's like we have carryouts in there at 3:30 in the morning. They're fucking drunk as fuck. I mean, like, so there's like 3 groups in there, and then one dude from one group turns over and just hits this dude from another group, just like fucking labels him. Dude goes down, and we have like what those stand-up counters where you can sit, stand, and eat. Hits the counter, fucking blood everywhere, right? So group 1 runs out. Group 2 is like, what the fuck is going on? You know, like their friend just got dropped randomly. And the thing was, it was randomly. Like, those kids didn't even know each other. The kid was just fucking drunk, turn around and just fucking clocks this kid for no fucking reason. You know what I'm saying? So the cops show up, and we're like, oh, fuck, cops, fucking blood everywhere, fucking 4 in the morning. It was like fucking trying to fucking, get everybody to calm down in the fucking store, because it's like, so it's like, I'm coming, I had to go on delivery, so I come back. And then fucking this like black Cadillac's there, and like these 6 dudes fucking pull out as soon as I pull up from delivery. And they're like, this dude that got hit squad, like his friends. And they're like, they come in the store and they're like, hey man, do you know the kids that fucking, I was like, no, we don't know the fucking kids. He's like, let us see the cameras. Motherfucker, we are not letting you look at our fucking cameras. Who the fuck do you think you are? You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But I mean, it gets crazy up there. And then like, what was like 3 months after that, the kid that got hit just walked up in the store real quick, and he's like, hey, you remember me? And we're like, who the fuck are you? So I'm like, he's like, the kid that got hit. I'm like, oh, dude. He's like, guess what? They caught that dude. I'm like, good for you, buddy. Good for you. I was like, I'm glad they caught that guy for you. But it's just weird shit that happens like that for no reason. Like, these guys had no clue, weren't even friends, didn't even know each other. But this dude just fucking turned around and socked the fuck out of this dude just for no reason. And everybody was just like, what the fuck? But that shit happens there all the time, dude. And stupid shit like that. It's like, you just don't know when the stupid's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, it kind of keeps you on your toes.
Cody Drake, I can speak to that. I have a story about that, actually. Like, So yeah, I got tipped by titties before, but the other time is a couple of times this happened to me where like people tipped me with fucking weed, dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No shit.
And funny thing down here is like
weed.
This is like Touristville down here where I work. So I mean, I make a shitload of money delivering pizza. But we had one of our customers we deliver to him all the time. And so I go up to his house and, knock on the door. Dude's like, come in. I'm like, okay. So I come in and dude's got like 2 pounds of fucking weed on the table with like a fucking scale. And he looks over at me and he's like, his face just drops, dude. He's like, oh. I'm like, dude, don't worry, I burn. But thank God. I'm like, it's okay. He's like, hey, hit this, dude. I just want to make sure. I'm like, okay, no problem. So but he's like, dude, I thought you were my friend. I was like, do you normally just say people come in when you have fucking 2 pounds of weed on the table, fucking laid out with a scale and everything? You know what I'm saying? But that's like the life out here, dude. It's crazy. I don't know. These people are fucking nuts out here.
Yeah.
Florida, man.
The best thing, Cody, the single best thing I think I ever got though from Uber besides the titty flash story, it was I had a pretty hot drunk woman in her late 30s that she was my she wasn't the last trip I had in the night because I kept going I think for an hour after that, but she was pretty fairly hammered. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and I got her back to her apartment, and she gave me an HJ in the parking lot for a tip. So I was like, all right.
But yeah, I've had people tip me before. I'm like, dude, I'm out of money. I'm like, I'll hit that though. All right, cool.
So I mean, you get all kind of perks if you're driving Uber.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's like down here. It's like I said, it's Touristville. Like for all winter, it's like this place. There's no one here. This fuck place is empty. So it's like work 3 days a week, fucking chill.
But see, I want to know, like, so because I used to go on a forum with a bunch of other Uber drivers and talk to them on this forum, right? And I was like, where are these people that are driving Uber at that they're claiming that they're scoring all these apps?
Have a good night.
It's like I always wanted to know that because I heard there's a lot of them that go on that forum and be like, oh, I made a chick and this chick and this thing. I'm like, where are these people on all this app at? That ain't never happened.
That's fucking weird.
It's like I'm like, damn, most I got was a freaking handy out of it,
I've gotten some pretty wild tips down here, 200, like 178, a bunch, lots. But that's only this place. I mean, I don't make this money in Chicago doing this at all, even close to remotely. But I mean, out here, since it's Touristville, you work your ass off in the summer, you take it easy in the winter. It's pretty much how this whole area works. It's crazy. But it's completely different from there. Our busiest time is the summer, as where our busiest time is the winter.
I don't know why, Cronus, you had faith in me. I don't know why. Because I got faith of the heart.
I've got faith of the heart.
Ah, man. Got that fucking song from that old Transformers movie in my head.
The song is originally from Patch Adams. And they took the song from Patch Adams, the Robin Williams movie, Faith of the Heart. And they took the song from there.
I'm talking about the one from the Transformers movie back in the day, the animated movie.
Oh, that fucking song. I got the touch. Isn't that I got the touch? I got the power. Yeah. You got the touch. Yeah, I forgot who that's from by.
Kronos has made me play
If you
that.
actually play Saints Row 4, if you actually play Saints Row 4, Saints Row 4 has got that song in it. They do a fucking hilarious job. No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna
But
play.
as soon as you get the power armor in Saints Row 4, it starts playing that song. It's fucking great.
Nice.
I'm gonna play a song from Transformers movie. I'm gonna play "Dare to Be Stupid."
Is that
I'm more about the Rocky songs, you know.
Come on, Odyssey, you're joking, right? That's not on there, is it?
The old animated Transformer movie "Dare to Be Stupid" is on there because it's what's played when they get to the Junkion planet.
The Weird Al?
Yes.
Oh shit. I mean, I had Weird Al's album at one time back in the day, the fucking cassette tape that had it.
Oh,
When they hit the Junkion planet, they were playing "Dare to Be Stupid."
Dare to Be Stupid was I love that whole album.
Yeah, that was a good album. Dare to Be Stupid.
I've got.
But UHF, dude, UHF is where it's at. If you're a Weird Al fan and you haven't seen UHF,
I've got every Weird Al song out there possible, even a 4-hour of him playing normal songs.
are you serious?
He's singing "I Want to Hold Your Hand" on one. He's singing Chuck Berry and all kinds of music. He's doing it all normal.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, he's a talented dude, man. You ever see him live in concert? He's fucking amazing.
You should hear him doing George Harrison's "What Is Life."
I'm sure he could do that shit fucking key for key. Well, I mean, for some songs he might change a key, but for the most part, I mean, it's fucking spot on, dude, with his voice. I mean, he's very fucking talented, dude. I mean, like even live, dude, he's a fucking performer. I mean, he'll fucking rollerblade on stage. He'll skateboard. It's fucking phenomenal, dude. He'll change from song to song, kind of like Freddie Mercury did. So I mean, it's like Amish Paradise will come up. He'll have a bunch of nuns on stage, and the next song, the nuns will disappear, and he's fucking dressed in another fucking thing, ready to go. I mean, he's crazy, dude. But it's a lot of fun. I've seen him twice. But if you ever get a chance to go fucking see him, definitely go see him. It's a very good show. Always good.
Oh.
But Weird Al's a lot of fun, dude.
Cody says "Running with Scissors" is the epic.
That's a great fucking. Running with Scissors is also an Atmosphere song.
I love his freaking video for Tacky because they did it with all one shot.
Yeah, or the fucking. Someone said fucking when they seen him live, fucking they put up a fucking screen in front, and they filmed him coming to the actual show, and he started singing in the car, and fucking he started singing out of the car through the fucking walkway and on stage, like that's crazy. Even think about it, you know, it's like, oh, Weird Al's on the way, he's like 5 minutes away, you know, fucking like fucking jamming in the car and shit. But good band, man. Good band to see. Another great band. Few great bands I've seen out there. Like Supertramp is good. If you ever get a chance to see Supertramp, definitely take a chance. It's a fucking great show.
Blue Oyster Cult's a great show.
Chicago is great live. Have you ever seen Chicago live? They're fucking amazing.
Dude, Odyssey, holy shit! They actually had. I actually found a clip of that. I just searched it on YouTube and found a clip of that. Just what you said.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny as fuck. I forgot that was in there.
Oh, son of a bitch. Let's see. Oh, we got Freddie versus Frankie. Oh, Cronus is bringing up the Fred and Frankie thing.
There's, you know, not related, but speaking of Freddy Krueger, fucking apparently Robert Englund is coming back to the.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's doing a horror show type thing on what the hell channel is that? Travel Channel? Something. I can't remember what it's going to be on, but he's doing like a horror show.
Yeah, that's interesting as hell if he is.
I went to a concert. It had Firehouse, Warrant, and Winger.
Firehouse. Oh my god.
Holy shit, man.
Firehouse was the best of the three.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they actually come out, took pictures with us, would sit there and talk to us. Warrant and Winger, they just totally ignored all of us, but Firehouse was right out there with us. I got up and left halfway through Warrant because they just suck anymore.
Yeah, Warren's.
Well, man, as soon as Jenny Lane died, dude.
Yep. That new singer they got can't hit nothing.
No,
And they don't even sound
Kinda
and
true.
they're playing like they used to.
terrible. Terrible, terrible. Terrible, terrible.
I was going to go to Kiss next month, but the damn tickets are so goddamn high.
Of course.
It's not the highest, though. Paul McCartney is the highest price fucker I've seen yet for tickets. You got to pay $2,000 just to get into his shows.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think we sort of lost Ensign Ricky. He's back now, I think he locked up.
Nah, it ain't time for that yet, Mr. Miles.
No, he's still looking up other stuff. Drew's a really good guy, though. I like him.
Yeah. There's a certain time that I have to, like, the mental alarm in my head says it's titty time. So you got about 40 minutes till titty time.
Well, I probably won't be on that much longer anyway here because I've already been going for 4 hours.
Well, yeah, man.
I'm starting to get known for these long-ass streams, and then I never get to sleep in.
Oh, here's Ensign Ricky. Start moving.
Moving again.
Yeah, no, I was ordering food on my way home.
Oh, okay. Because your shit just froze, dude. We were like, what the hell?
Thought maybe we'd lost you. You locked us. Yeah. We'll be back at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I work 3 days a week right now, so I mean, it's just like fucking Friday, Saturday, Sunday until a month from now. A month and a half. I got a month and a half before spring break starts. Then it's back to 7 days a week, 6-7 days a week. Right now is chill time.
Yeah, I just keep doing these damn long-ass streams because it's keeping my subscriber steady, so I don't want to lose any.
I'll tell you what, Odyssey. People are really liking that thing since I really started focusing in on every Thursday doing that Battlestar Galactica panel.
Yeah.
People are liking that. People are really liking it. So
I want in
yeah.
sometime.
Hmm?
I want in.
BSG panel.
Yeah,
I'll talk about some Ronald D. Moore.
yeah, I do it every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. We go from 9 to 11 Eastern, and we're doing a retro review. So I think we're on season 1, episode 3. Bastille Day is the one that's coming up for this Thursday. We did the first 2 episodes of season 1 so far. So yeah, we're on Bastille Day Thursday, and people are digging it because we get in there and we chit chat about the episode for an hour, and then whatever the latest PSP news is and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's working because people are sick of just hearing about Star Wars and Star Trek all the time.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good other sci-fi out there. I mean, The Expanse is fucking phenomenal. Fucking Orville's great.
Yep.
I mean, I'm seriously waiting for more Orville and The Expanse, to be honest with you, than anything else. But I read all the Expanse books too, so I kind of know what's going to come.
Yeah, Cody, Kronos, anybody, if y'all want to stop by Thursday, hang out in the chat, man, watch it because it's a good time. It's me and usually Script Doctor and Brian the Grave Digger, and I get Bear, Nerd Fun, and Stephen Walton on there. So we got a 5-person panel.
Right. We even had Foley jump on at some points.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah, Foley's jumped in a few of my streams.
Yep. That's good though, man, because I've watched Trek Yard's channel for a long time. So.
He got trolled a little bit earlier today.
Did he?
Somebody jumped in there with the name PewDiePie.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, and if you clicked on the account, it almost looked exactly like PewDiePie's account. There was only 2 things missing. It didn't show the sub count, and it didn't have the main greeting video like PewDiePie does. But everything else was spot on.
Oh,
right. Bitch lasagna.
Yeah.
100 million fucking 100 million.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back, boys.
All right, you gotta take the leak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm driving home. I got like a fucking 30-minute drive home. So.
If I ever figure out how to do editing better, I'm going to start doing some of the older sci-fi show reviews.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge market for like Lost in Space and Buck Rogers.
Yeah, I want to do like Buck Rogers. I want to do The Greatest American Hero. Some of the shit that I grew up on. Incredible Hulk.
I remember, I love a lot of the old shows. Fucking McCloud, fucking Riptide, fucking. I mean, there's a lot of good shows back there. I mean, that was the era of shows, dude. Magnum PI, MacGyver.
Hell yeah.
From like 75 to 85. That was like fucking an amazing time for television.
Now they keep doing all these damn reboots of shit from then, and they're sucking.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's original anymore.
It's like I got a feeling I'm gonna hate this Fantasy Island movie.
Oh yeah, I just heard about that. Oh, Ricardo Montalban is. Oh, how could you fucking like? That's not a man that's easily replaced.
No, and how in the hell can you turn Fantasy Island into a horror movie?
Right?
Like, what the hell? It was supposed to be all... And actually, the whole premises was Fantasy Island was supposed to be where you could get your fantasy done, but safe.
Yes. That was the premise of the show.
But now it's going to be horror? No.
And who are they going to get to fucking play the little dude? Fucking Tyrion?
They don't
Tyrion
have...
from Game of Thrones, fucking Peter Dinklage?
No, they're not going to even have a tattoo.
Oh, no? No tattoo?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
I went and looked it up, and I was going through the listing of all the actors, and there was no mention of anything for tattoo.
That's fucked up. See this? Whataburger. We don't have these in Illinois yet. Whataburger is the shit.
And like this damn remake they're doing of The Stand.
Yeah, I mean, they could do The Stand better. I have faith in that.
Well, Stephen King's already going to write a different ending for it.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. He's writing a different ending for the movie. But they got, like, Whoopi Goldberg playing Mother Abigail.
Holy shit, wow. I can see that, though.
They got Greg Kinnear playing Glenn Bateman.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
He's ordering us some food.
I got an online order.
Oh shit, man! Yeah, I need some food. You know what though, Odyssey? I got them. Toaster French bread pizzas, dude. Those things are good, man. Throw them in the toaster oven for about a half hour, man. Those things are awesome.
Well,
I'm gonna make those puppies here shortly, I think.
right. See, Whataburger. We don't have these in Illinois.
Yeah. See,
Right in and out.
We don't have those in Illinois either.
Yeah, Bob was kind of commenting that you were in and out real quick.
yeah.
I order out mine. I just fucking go in and grab my food and run out.
Yeah, I live
Life
in
of the driver.
Ohio. I live in Ohio, so we don't have none of that shit here.
You know, I mean, like Chicago. Well, I mean, some things make sense. Like there's some things that don't make sense in Chicago, and there's some things that make sense. Like, for instance, Sonic.
Yeah.
Okay, like Sonic is great here in Florida. I mean, it's fucking hot all the fucking time. It's like fucking 70 degrees right now. It's fucking melting, and in fucking, and it's like 90 fucking below zero, 6, 7, 8 months a year in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, and the drinks. I mean, like their menu is 2/3 cold drinks.
Yeah.
I mean, and then to force those kids to come out and give you your food through the fucking snow. Come on.
I wish we had fucking Waffle House near me, man. It takes like it's like an hour and a half drive just to get to the nearest Waffle House by me.
Yeah, I mean, I fucking live through like there's fucking Waffle House everywhere here. That's another thing we don't have inside Chicago. Outside of Chicago, there's Waffle House, but same with like Cracker Barrels. You see a lot of Cracker Barrels outside of fucking Chicago and LA, but barely any in.
Oh, Cracker Barrel is good, dude. I got I got a Cracker Barrel within like 15 minutes of from where I live. So.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, like there's a place in Wisconsin too, right over the border in Illinois. I forgot what the fucking name is, but there's a bunch of them in Wisconsin. The breakfast place. It's fucking amazing too.
I just don't like. I just don't like the fact that Cracker Barrel seemed like they raised their prices.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely. But everybody has right now. I mean, it's crazy. It's like, I mean, like Chipotle, even out here, like, I know exactly everything I pay for to the price to the penny. And it's just how I've always been. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you raise your prices, didn't you? Like, yep. Like,
Kronos wants to know if it was called Van Dyke.
Van Dyke?
Yeah.
I forgot. It's as soon as you're up going through 94, as soon as you cross the border into Wisconsin, there's the breakfast place on the right. I don't think it's called Van Dyke. I forgot what it's called. It might be called something different there. It's been a while since I've been up there. But fucking amazing breakfast place. It was kind of like had a Cracker Barrel vibe to it, but it wasn't Cracker Barrel. That's even when I explained to a lot of people that Culver's came from Wisconsin, and even Culver's used to be different. I remember eating Culver's first when they came out in Wisconsin, like going to a Culver's, and the fucking burger was huge, dude. I mean, it was like, damn, this fucking place is gonna fucking blow up. And then when they blew up, like their food got smaller.
I'm gonna say something that's very unpopular, but White Castle sucks.
I hate White Castle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You also have Taco John's up there. Fucking Taco John's. And that fucking orange fucking smoothie place. I forgot what it's fucking called. But I always see all those throughout all Wisconsin and the malls and shit. I used to work in Madison and fucking all sorts of shit. Milwaukee.
Well, I hate to say it, but I think I'm going to call this stream. It's getting late.
Sounds good.
It'll give me a little chance before I go to sleep to talk to Drew.
Yeah. Well, I still got about 20 more minutes to drive, so I don't care. Peace out.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, good night.
I'll be free tomorrow night in case you are doing a stream again.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow night might be another long stream.
All right.
But until then.
Peace out, everyone.
Take care, folks.
Good night, chat.